Recognize the presence of our distinguished guest. First of all, I want to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagadu, CON. Please can we put our hands together for him? I also want to recognize the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Security, Senator Abubakar Abakari, who is ably represented. I just got the notice that they are still on the way coming. But I also want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Environment. I also know they're still on the way coming. I want to also recognize the presence of the Director of Social Development, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and the UN Food System Convener, Dr. Sanjo Faniron. The Director General, Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET, Professor Mason Matuzi. Okay, I believe they will join us soon. Then I also want to recognize the representative ad interim in Nigeria for the FAO, Mr. Dominic Kofi. Please. The country directors of development organizations present, please, we recognize you. Can we put our hands together for all of them? And all actors in the food system. We're talking about civil society, commodity and farmer association, private business owners, and every other group. Please, let's celebrate everyone seated here. We're delighted and we're excited to have you this morning. Not forgetting some important persons who are joining us online. We have virtual participants that are joining us from all over Africa and every part of the world. Please, let's recognize and say a big shout out to our online participants. Thank you very much. So before we dive into the discussion and the invaluable insight this conference has to offer, I want us to reflect briefly on the journey. And to do this, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together as we make welcome the managing partner, Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, Mr. Temi Adegoroye, for the opening remark. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Abubakar Habakeri, ably represented today by the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, also who is currently on his way, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Environment, ably represented by the Director General, CEO of the National Biosafety Management Agency, Dr. Mrs. Agnes Asagra, who is also currently on our way here. The Director of Social Development, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and the UN Food Systems Convener in Nigeria, Dr. Sanjo Faniron. The Director General of the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET, Professor Mansour Matazu. The FAO representative ad interim in Nigeria, Mr. Dominic Kofi Koko. The Executive Director of the Nigerian Stock Products Institute, Professor Latif Sani. The Country Director of GIZ in Nigeria, Dr. Marcus Wagner. All country directors of development organizations and donor agencies here present, and all actors in the food system. I say good morning to you all and welcome to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warm greetings and a good morning to you all once again. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you to the 2023 Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time from your very busy schedules to be with us today. It is indeed a delight to see familiar faces, our partners, thought leaders, experts, and champions of the Nigerian food systems gathered in this room. Your presence is greatly appreciated. I wish to extend special thanks to our esteemed partners who have joined forces with us to organize this vital and timely conference. I want to acknowledge the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I want to acknowledge the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, the Federal Ministry of Environment, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, SMV. I want to appreciate GIZ. I want to appreciate IFA International and the Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture for your valuable collaboration and sponsorship. I also want to appreciate the collaboration of our technical partners, the Federal Ministry, or the other Federal Ministry, particularly the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, NIMET, the USAID, FAO, IFDC, ICRISAT, IITA. You're all present here today and you've been providing technical support. We really appreciate you. At Sahel Consulting, our commitment is firmly rooted in transforming the agriculture and nutrition landscape. We drive this commitment through collaborative efforts with various stakeholders, including government agencies and international development organizations. Our approach encompasses extensive market research across key value chains, policy engagements, strategic advisory, and the implementation of innovative ecosystem solutions, programs, and business models. We firmly believe that the development actors and the private sector play vital roles in driving growth within the agriculture and nutrition landscapes. And we support key actors with the tools and what is required to succeed. In conjunction with our sister company, the African Food Changemakers, we are uniquely positioned to tackle the problems facing our food ecosystem. Through our efforts, we are engaging with several actors in the public and private sectors and development landscape to drive positive change in the food ecosystem. We have implemented numerous high-impact intervention programs covering diverse value chains and themes. These initiatives are targeted at addressing several complex issues in the agricultural sector. Currently, we are actively involved in several projects focused on developing the seed systems, supporting agribusinesses to build and operate viable businesses, improving livelihoods by promoting sustainable farming practices and developing market systems, promoting gender equity through economic development and capacity building, youth empowerment, and policy design and implementation. Today, as we gather here, we do so at a time of profound significance. Climate change is no longer a distant threat, but a stark reality that affects every aspect of our lives. Nowhere is this more evident than in our diets and food systems. Despite our rich culinary heritage, you'll believe with me that we face alarming rates of food deficiencies. We have a growing inflation, which was about 25% as at the third quarter of 2023. And many households spend almost 60% of their income on food. According to the World Food Programme, in 2022, 34% of our population was in a state of stressed food security, struggling to maintain a minimally adequate level of food consumption. These circumstances inspired Sahel Consulting and all of our partners to host the maiden edition of the Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference in 2022 in partnership with all of our dedicated collaborators. I like to call them Changemakers. This led Thank you. This led to the development of a clear roadmap for multi-sector collaboration and immediate responses to gaps identified. And permit me to point out a few of those actions that we took after the 2022 conference. The first one is the hosting of the first National Animal Feed Summit in March 2022, directly led by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in collaboration with Sahel Consulting and the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. The second, the commencement of the Building Resilience Against Climate and Environmental Shocks BRACE program by our sister company, the African Food Changemakers. This program is currently a one-year capacity development program for agri-food businesses, basically to learn adaptive mechanisms to protect their businesses against external shocks. The third one that I would like to highlight is the convening of the heads of agriculture at major banks and insurance companies in Nigeria on how to better fund agribusinesses. And this was organized and hosted by our sister company, Sahel Capital. The fourth one that I would like to highlight is the launch of a digitized quality assurance and quality control system to ensure the food processors adequately fortify their products with the right vitamins and minerals by the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Permit me to highlight the fifth one, which is the launch of the Nigeria Subnational Food Systems Dashboard by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. And I must also extend a lot of thanks to the Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning for the efforts being made and being invested in driving the food system agenda of the United Nations under the leadership of our able Dr. Sanjo Faniro. Thank you, sir. This year, we intend to amplify more innovative public-private partnerships actions that reflect the gravity of the challenges we face in our food systems. The overarching theme of this year's conference is centered around the imperative of rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of the ever-present challenge of climate change. It is evident that this dialogue is both timely and crucial. We are not here for mere discussions. Our goal is to identify concrete and practical steps to establish a framework for mutual accountability. Sahel Consulting stands ready to collaborate with all relevant organizations to implement the ideas and strategies that emerge from this conference, supporting sustainable business models that will drive accelerated growth. In conclusion, I want to wish you all a very productive conference. Your presence and active participation are invaluable, and we look forward to charting a course towards a more secure, sustainable, and resilient food future for Nigeria and beyond. Thank you for being here. You're most welcome. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together one more time for the managing partner, Sahel Consulting? Okay, you can see that there's a lot we've achieved from last year's conference. And we can tell you that this year's conference has a lot more to achieve. We're not just here to talk and talk and talk. We're here with three major objectives for this year's conference: to facilitate dialogue between stakeholders on the urgent need to champion cross-sectoral climate-responsive policies and intervention for a systematic transformation. We're also highlighting emerging solutions and innovative private sector-led strategies in the agri-food landscape as a sustainable option for a resilient food system. And thirdly, to develop a clear blueprint for multi-sector collaboration to scale up successful agric model for a sustainable food ecosystem. So we have a lot of work to do today. And we're going to be moving to the next very important agenda, where we'll be taking goodwill messages and also the ministerial address. But I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister, Industry, Trade and Investment, who is ably represented by Mr. Dafang I. Sule, Director for Federal Produce Inspection Service Department. Please, let's put our hands together. You're welcome, sir. We want to take goodwill messages and also the ministerial address. We were informed, we're very excited to have our distinguished minister who is here with us. And we're informed that he has to leave very quickly, but we would want to get his ministerial address. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together as we make welcome His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagadu, CON. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up to stage. We can keep clapping till he gets here. Thank you.
Thank you all. Good morning and thank you all. The Managing Director of Sahel Capital, who brilliantly spoke just a while ago, and indeed the board chair, Mrs. Ndidi Ngoneleni, all the stakeholders that have been acknowledged by the Managing Director and the MC. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm quite honored to be here, and I apologize earlier yesterday to the board chair of Sahel Capital, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition, that I have another function at 11, otherwise I will have stayed all through, because to acknowledge the tremendous contribution that Sahel Consulting and indeed all the partners listed here and identified by the Managing Director have been given to our food security, food and nutrition security. So once more, I thank all of you and appreciate Sahel Consulting for what they have been doing within a short, or rather in the last few years, to help lead change in the agricultural landscape. So I'm not surprised when, as part of their addition to our polity and economy, they have come up with this food system Changemakers conference. And indeed, I've interacted with both Mezo and Ndidi over the years, and I've always been, I will miss her speaking because she has always been a fascinating speaker who transcends between science, policy, and activism in communicating the dynamic field of food security, food and nutrition security. So, and I'm sure some of the partners I have interacted with both institutionally and personally, and I'm sure we will benefit tremendously from this event. And then institutionally, the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning currently serves as the coordinating ministry for the food systems transformation, as well as the nutrition policy, as well as social protection. All items that in one way or the other relate to both the food and nutrition security. Equally, the ministry has mandate for long and medium-term planning coordination for both the national and subnational governments. So this is a topic that is of, it features in the plans of all local government, all states, and indeed the national government. So again, from that perspective, we are quite interested in the theme of the conference. Rethinking, as the theme suggests, or as the theme of this year's conference brilliantly captures it, food and nutrition security in the face of climate change is a very important topic, especially in Nigeria, where the climate change over the decades have been responsible for not only consequential effect on food system, but also as the single largest contributor to insecurity in agriculture. What is increasingly recognized as a Sahelian problem from Mauritania through to Mali, Burkina, Guinea, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, Cameroon, and up to the other side of the Atlantic is all mostly climate change driven, because not only that the available land is increasingly unable to support agricultural practices in the way they are traditionally done, but equally the competition for resources by the composite tripod of the agricultural space is also fostering conflict. The farmers cannot no longer find enough land to farm in the way they used to because of combination of many factors. The fishing communities could not find enough fresh water bodies to fish in the way they used to. The pastoralist community who move from one location to the other in search of either water bodies or pasture can no longer be supported to do it the way they are used to. So this brings to fore the urgency. In fact, I recall that no less a person than Bishop Matthew Kuka once said that the Boko Haram phenomena in the Northeast is a climatic problem, because a lake that was once supporting over 200 million people is rapidly shrinking and no longer able to support those populations. And not surprisingly, convoluted reasoning will exploit the mindset of those for whom climate is failing. And among other contributory factors, we had the conflict that we have. The surprising conflict that is being seen in other places, especially the Northwest, where particularly the pastoralist communities over the decades can no longer find avenues for their pasture and can no longer move around as they used to, again, has been a contributory factor to conflict in both Northeast, Northwest, and even parts of Southwest and Southeast. So climate change is real, and we need not to be reminded that if we don't do something, it will affect us. Even the other places, the South-South zone, which we consider literally the most prosperous in terms of water bodies, in terms of hydrocarbon, the consequences of climate change in food production and nutrition are easily felt. Ijo communities, I have an Ijo, I once served in the Senate with an Ijo friend, and he told me that growing up as a young person, the pride of an Ijo boy is to run to the river before the yam his mother is cooking finished boiling, so that he can catch a fish that will provide the protein for the food, but that is no longer so. Water hyacinth has taken over those freshwater bodies, and we have to evolve sustainable and climate resilient forms of livelihood support, and so on and so forth. And this is across Nigeria. Each of the 36 states and FCT is affected, as well as within the region and equally within the continent as much as it is within the world. But luckily, there are practices, both scientific and sociological, that have been tested or are being researched into, are being evolved daily to help us deal with these changes and ensure that not only that we are able to produce the food that we require, that it will be more nutritious, especially in a country like ours where, again, even aside the food challenge, there's a big issue with gray matter underinvestment, i.e. that nutrition is a big issue affecting a significant side of the population. So conferences like this, organized to exchange ideas, to interrogate what we have been doing so that we do better where we are doing well, and to also see what we can do completely differently, I think is not only imaginative and commendable, but we have to be grateful to all of you and to assure you that we will take, as we do always, the proceedings quite seriously. Agriculture is science, and to have the opportunity for people who have experience both within Nigeria and cross-cutting, whether it is in farming, seed systems, animal feed system, dairy, fisheries, is an opportunity that we will take serious. And I once more congratulate and thank all of you and assure you that we are honored. I am honored to be invited, and I will be looking forward to whatever recommendations will come from this conference, which I believe will help us in doing better. Thank you very much for inviting.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we put our hands together for His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a group photograph. The dignitaries will take a group photograph with the Honorable Minister. Like we mentioned, we're delighted to have your presence here. He will be leaving shortly for another engagement. So, and it surely shows that, thank you for honoring this invitation. So we'll take a quick photograph with the Honorable Minister. Thank you once more, the Honorable Minister, for the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is still the 2023 Sahel Food System Change Makers Conference, and we're gathered under a very critical theme, rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change. And we're looking at how to scale innovations and drive urgent public-private partnership actions. We have a lot more still in store for you, and we'll be taking the goodwill messages right now. To take the goodwill message, I want to make welcome the Senior Programs Officer, Agriculture from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Audu Germa. Please can we put our hands together for him as he comes up for his goodwill message. Thank you. Please can we keep clapping? Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants, I bring seasonal greetings and felicitations of goodwill from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I'm here to make some few opening remarks and have a listen to the minister spoke so eloquently and rose a lot of issues to the surface around climate change impact on our livelihoods. It creates a very interesting scenario, a very hard act to follow, I would say, but I thought he really captured the theme of this conference and the promise so very well. I'm not going to make a long speech. I just want to highlight some innovative things that I thought Sahel has brought to the table. Number one, I would like us to acknowledge their sheer convening power. There are very few private sector entities that can draw such an audience, an admirable mix of policymakers, industry leaders, development partners, and other scientists, all in one room annually to discuss topical issues that affect everybody's livelihood. So I really think this is a huge landmark that Sahel possesses, the key critical relationships it has, and I think we need to applaud that. The second is even the subject matter. I think the creation of very innovative think pieces and topics that can offer analytical opportunity and hopefully even inform generational policy advisory to the government is something we also will have to come to admire. I think the choice of the topic and the last year's topic was also as profound as this one. And I think it really creates an opportunity for a safe space for everybody to air his views and also generate ideas that can inform how our government and development partners can take the development agenda matter-of-factly to progressive ends. And lastly, I thought the planning analytical consistency that Sahel offers, I know this is early days, this is just 2 years, but we think already we can see the promise of really bringing this emerging theme of climate change-induced threats to livelihoods on the top agenda. And every time we come to this conference, it gives you a sense of urgency, and I hope this urgency will translate to rethinking development planning wherever you might be it in government or a donor agency or even the private sector. So I think this is probably the most underemphasized attribute of this particular farm that I would like to amplify. A consistency in analytical planning and in bringing this topic and refreshing our memory about how it can drive opportunities for change is something that we will have to admire as we go forward.
With these few remarks, I would like to stop here, and I wish all of us a successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once more for Dr. Aldo Germa. All right. Please, I also want to remind us that to get the agenda for this event, kindly scan the code at the back of your tag. Just get your camera, scan it, and you'll get the full agenda for this event. You know, we're employing climate practices and we're cutting down paper production and all. So just scan and you'll find the agenda. The next goodwill message will be taken from Dr. Marcus Wagner, the country director, GIZ. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Honorable representatives of the federal government, esteemed representatives of the Sahel Group, excellencies, heads of international missions and agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure and a true honor for me to actively support this event around food and nutrition security in the current context of climate change. The topic is a top priority for the German government as well as for GIZ. And on top of that, this Changemakers conference is particularly dear to me, as it was the first event I did attend after I arrived in Nigeria 1 year ago. So as this event marks a personal anniversary for me, I truly hope that I will have the chance to attend Changemaker conferences in the many years to come. I already shared the strong commitment of the German government to agricultural transformation in development cooperation. This commitment has now culminated in a new initiative of our Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development called the Transformation of Agri-Food Systems. Hence, we at GIZ have set up a cluster of programs in Nigeria that bundles all our global, our regional, and our bilateral expertise active in the agricultural space for increased efficiency and impact. I'm most happy to note that the new Nigerian administration also has a strong focus on food security as one of its main priorities. Long-lasting well-being and improved livelihoods are, however, only sustainable if we systematically include women, youth, people with disabilities, vulnerable groups, and ensure that everyone is accounted for and no one is left behind. Therefore, the feminist development policy of the German government translates our strive for sustainability into action. Agriculture is not only essential to feed the nation, but it's also an important source to create job opportunities for underemployed women and youth. It is a great tool to revitalize and stabilize rural areas. It is a powerful way to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And it is a great example of what just transition can, in the end, mean for Nigeria. Likewise, our work at GIZ goes along these lines, while at the same time we are focused on strengthening value addition and increase competitiveness of the sector. So, in the past years, GIZ has introduced advanced technologies and innovation in agriculture with regard to climate change. We have promoted value chains and inclusive business approaches. We have worked on rice, on maize, on cassava, on Irish potatoes, and other staple food crops so vital for Nigeria. And we have highlighted the investment opportunities and facilitated private and public investment flows to scale up agribusinesses. The strengthening of the impact investment ecosystem that led to the launch of the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund by the federal government of Nigeria in May of this year is a great example of successful public and private sector partnership. All this would not have been possible without the collaboration between the private sector, government institutions, the civil society, and development partners. We at GIZ, we are very aware of the power of systematic partnerships. The results achieved so far in Nigeria have been promising, but the challenges ahead of us are still huge and daunting. We are faced with the task to feed a growing population in this country, to create decent jobs, to enhance incomes, and as the Honorable Minister very clearly illustrated to us, to minimize the consequences of climate change that are not a threat of a distant future, but a reality of a tangible today. So all these considerations are embedded in our vision to build a sustainable and inclusive agricultural food system for resilient livelihoods and food security in Nigeria, as well as in the ECOWAS region. To deepen the impact of our joint endeavors, we need effective public-private partnerships. This conference is a great example of such a successful collaboration. I hope that all the stakeholders here present will sustain this momentum for the good of the country and its vast population. Let us leave no one behind. We at GIZ remain eager to support Nigeria's efforts towards improved food security by tackling the consequences of climate change. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and an enjoyable experience by attending this conference. And if you allow me to express my gratitude in only 3 of the more than 300 languages of this great nation, I would say Dalu, Nagode, Adukpe. A lot remains to be discovered and learned by me. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we once again put our hands together for Dr. Marcus? We also want to say Dalu Nagode to you. Thank you very much. We have one more goodwill message, and we want to invite from the Feed the Future team lead, USAID, Ms. Jasmine Ohanyere. Can we put our hands together, please, for her?
Sorry. Okay, let me start over. Standing on existing protocol, I want to say great morning to everyone. I am Jasmine D. Ohanyere, and I'm the Feed the Future coordinator for USAID Nigeria. It is a privilege to join the Sahel Food Systems Changemaker Conference with the theme centered around reimagining food and nutrition security amidst the climate change, scaling innovation and fostering vital public-private partnerships. This is aligned with the vision of USAID's Feed the Future programming. In 2018 to 2023, our Global Food Security Strategy, our GFSS, for USAID Nigeria country plan invested about $200 million to increase agriculture productivity, expand markets, deepen households' resilience, and improve nutrition. In addition to fostering business-enabling environments and facilitating access to finance and technology, enabling farmers in improved techniques, access to finance services, and access to markets through collaboration with Nigerian government and the private sector. During this period, USAID provided over 3 million farmers with better inputs and access to markets, and has leveraged over $340 million in private sector funds to increase smallholder farmers' incomes. Right now, we are in the final stages of developing our global food security strategy that will guide our programming for 2024 to 2029. We will build upon the lessons we've learned and adapt to the new operational environment, including insecurity, climate change, and new economic policies. Our strategy places a strong emphasis on private sector engagement and collaboration with the federal and state governments. We will align with national objectives and cooperate with programs such as the African Development Bank $550 million Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone initiative. We will prioritize adaptation and innovation, aiming to produce a drought-tolerant crop that will promote sustainable natural resources management practices. Additionally, inclusive development is an additional pillar, focusing on enabling all stakeholders, particularly youth, women, and people living with disability, are essential for us at USAID. Technology and innovation are instrumental in empowering these groups and enhancing economic inclusion. We want to fully utilize the Nigerian expertise and commit to a working synergy for local systems and partnerships. Your support and partnership is invaluable as we step into the new chapter. Thank you, Sahel Consulting, for organizing this important discussion. We look forward to listening and learning about reimagining food security and nutrition for a new operating climate. Thank you so much.
Once again, can we put our hands together for Ms. Jasmine? Okay. We're going to be moving to the next very important session. Every session is truly important, but this session would set the foundation for the theme of this conference. And the Food and Agriculture Organization over the years has played a pivotal role in addressing global food and nutrition challenges. And it is partnered with Nigeria in promoting food security, sustainable agriculture, and inclusive growth. To share his insights on the state of the Nigerian food and nutrition landscape, shedding light on the opportunities that lie before us to foster inclusive growth as a way of setting the foundation for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Dominic Kofi, the FAO representative ad interim in Nigeria. Please can we put our hands together for Mr. Dominic.
Thank you so much for these nice presentations. Before starting the presentations, you hear me, eh? It's okay, I don't need to, I can do like that also. If you have a mic also. Okay, before starting the presentation, I really want to thank, it's okay, don't worry. The flight, the car, and all, I use now too, so fine. Thank you. Before starting the presentation, I want really to thank his Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Plan who opened these sessions, and that's also show how it is very important to talk about food security, agriculture and food security in the West Africa, and especially in Nigeria. I want also to thank the other minister that they are here in this room. I want to thank also great and thank the Director General of Nigeria Meteorology Agency, Director of GIZ, representative of Belinda Foundation, Gate Foundations, and USAID also. But I know that you are asking who is this person. Before starting the presentation, I want to introduce myself. I just arrived in this country only 1 month and a half. My name is Kofi, so I'm sure that 70% of the persons in this room, when they wake up in the morning, they take coffee. So you can easily remind my name. But I want to really thank Sahel Consulting to invite FAO to do this presentation. So I want to introduce what is the situation of the food security situation in our region, and especially in Nigeria. So in our region, we have 5 root causes that really affect the food security situations in our region. There are 5. But let me focus only on 3. Unfortunately, the first root causes in our region is the conflict. And that is not acceptable. Myself, in 2015, I was in Niger. I came to Difa, this place. Myself, I was here in Nigeria in November 2015. I went to Yola, I went to Mobi, I did an assessment. 8 years later, I came back here in Nigeria. We still talk about the same conflict. I want all of you to imagine it's someone who worked during 8 years without salary. Because all these conflicts happen in the place that our farmers, animal breeders, they cannot do anything. It means that you wake up in the morning, you go, you work, you come back every month during 8 years without salary. And that cannot continue. In this region, we have 2 key areas, Lac Chad and Liptako Gourma. Since 8 years, all the farmers living mainly on all this area, they cannot go to farm, they cannot cultivate, they cannot send their children to school. We need to put our effort together. So today we have around 5.5 million to 6 million of persons. Here in Nigeria, we are talking about 2 million of IDPs. In Burkina Faso, we are talking about 2 million of IDPs. 90% of them are agriculture. This is the first root causes of the conflict that we need to address. The second one is impact of economic. And allow me just to come back on the conflict. Unfortunately, today, we have the spillover of the Sahel crisis on the Coastal crisis. Today, we are talking about IDPs in Côte d'Ivoire, in Ghana, in Benin, in Togo. The second root causes is economic impact. We are talking about the inflation on the fuel. Last year, ECOWAS, FAO, and WFP, we did a study on the fertilizer. We have a deficit to 1.2 to 1.5 millions of tons of fertilizer. That means that we have a deficit to 12 to 15 millions of tons of cereal that we cannot produce on our region. There are some products like maize, like millet, that the price increase sometimes more than 100% in our region. We need to address that. The last one is the impact of the climate change. When I was young, we talk about dry and all. I'm still younger. But today we are talking about drought, floods. In Nigeria, last year, we have 2.4 million of persons that was impacted by the flood. We have 1.7 millions of land, cultivated land, that was affected. 1 million of animals that were lost during the flood. If you succeed to harvest last year, based on impact of the flood, we are able to feed 5 million of persons. We cannot continue to wait like that. We need to anticipate. We have that's why I greet also the meteorology services. We need to alert in advance. So, based on these 3 root causes, in the entire region of West Africa and Sahel, we have 45 millions of persons under food insecurity and malnutrition, based on the result of the cadre harmonisé. In Nigeria, unfortunately, we have 24 million of persons under food insecurity that we need to address on an emergency manner in terms of crisis. But, I want to say but, we have 64 millions under stress that no one talk about them. We are all focused on the person in emergency. But if you don't do nothing for the 64 million, they will come and add on the person that is in the crisis. And I want to use this opportunity because the figure that I'm giving now concerning only 26 states, I just talked with the team that we need. In Nigeria, we need to do the analysis on the entire country to give to the decision maker a real figure to allow them to take a decision, because these figures cannot continue. We cannot continue to give these figures to everybody. We need to decrease these figures. This slide to say we are all focused on the Northeast, but we need to be careful. It's not only the Bay States. This is the 10 states that they are suffering among the entire countries. Today, of course, we have the Bay State, but we are also the Northwest, the Plateau, and the North Central that they are also affecting during the 10 first that we are affecting from the food insecurity. The same thing, how you can see here, in 2021, we are all focusing regarding the assistance that we are bringing in the Northwest. The number decreased, but when you compare the Northwest and the Northeast, we can realize that today you are in the same situation. So we need to address the root causes on the entire country. So how we can do that? We have two layers of action. The first is political level, to take a decision and give us the green light to operate in the field. So the first one is how to translate the declaration of the president as Nigeria's state of emergency into the action. And I'm looking at all of the people in this room, the private sector, the donors, the implementing partners, the farmers, the government counterparts, all of us, we should work jointly to translate that into action. This is one at political level that we need to do. The second, we are all working now on Nigeria food system transformation. We as FAO, we are leading together with WFP and IFAD, but GIZ are working also on it. I receive them in my office. We have a lot of discussion on that. The government are working on the food system. I have the meeting, but we cannot work like this. We need to work like that. I'm French, so I don't know how to do. Sometimes let me use my hand and also to better explain, So we cannot work like this. We need to work like that. In coordination. Another thing, we need to generate evidence to give to the political to take a decision. So I just talk, we need to make the analysis on the entire country. I don't want to repeat that, but it's a key thing. We need to strengthen the implementation on our program, not project, but program. We have 5 years vision. We work 1 year, we sit down, we do the monitoring and evaluation of our result. We readjust it. We work again. I work project by project, small project, targeting 10 person year, 5 person year. At the end of the day, nothing. We need to strengthen our program and implementation in the entire country. Share the information, have a strong coordination in where this direction that we should go. So after finalize all the political discussion, now let's go in the field to support. To go in the field, we as FAO, we work around 4 betters. Better production, to boost the production in the countries. Better nutrition, better environment, and better life. But all these 4 betters, leaving no one behind. Targeting the vulnerable people, but also supporting the person that they are able to produce, to bring the vulnerable people outside of the social environment. Is what we need to do. So we are building our strategy on these 4 pillars. Resilience, have a nexus approach, HDP nexus. When we are working on the humanitarian side, at the same time, the development should come very close, but we should include also the building. Why? Because the first root causes of the conflict on our region is what? You don't reply to me. It's the conflict. I'm not a good teacher, I'm sorry. So based on these 4, we need to strengthen our action in the field to better support the people. So let me make it short because they give me only 10 minutes, I think, and then she look at me. So that is it. I want to thank you, all of you, and I wish you good meeting. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we put our hands together for Mr. Dominic Kofi? The stats don't lie. We can see that we have a lot of work to do. I want us to look at the banner just at the center. There's something written on it. Can we take it together? That's the theme for this conference. Can we take it together? 1, 2, go. Rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change, scaling innovations, and driving urgent public-private partnership action. That is why we are here. And what Mr. Dominic has done is it's more like, lay the foundation. These are the challenges. But where our role comes to play is scaling innovations and driving urgent public-private partnership action. And he talked about political involvement. He said we don't need to work in silos. We need to work together. And the next segment would touch towards the public sector. Let's hear from the public sector. Let's know what they're doing around this theme. And then we'll also have another session where we hear from the private sector. And then we would then have where everybody here who is a stakeholder would come up with solutions. We're not just here to talk about problems. There are a lot of problems, but we're here to bring up solutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to a vital and engaging segment of our conference, the fireside chat and also the ministerial address. And this session centers on exploring Nigeria's key commitment to achieving food and nutrition security via partnerships, innovation, and community engagement in effectively implementing policies. I'll be stepping down, and another person will come up to take over the session. And the moderator for the session is no other person than the chairperson of the Wellspring of Life International and a distinguished Sahel Consulting Board member. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Oge Funlola Modi. I think she's deserving of more resounding round of applause. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome again to the conference. Our fireside chat will be reflecting on how the public sector in the country is actually preparing and implementing policies towards the effects of climate change on the agricultural food system. And joining me this morning will be Dr. Sanjo Paniron, who is the UN Food Systems Convener for the country and also Director, Social Development, Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning. Please, a round of applause. Doctor, you can just have a seat. Yes, fantastic. Thank you. And the second person also in the fireside chat will be Professor Mansour Matazu, which is he's the Director General, NIMET. I should wear my glasses, I think I'm. Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome again, and we'll be taking very interesting questions. So this is structure. We'll have them talk to us about certain policies, and then we'll take 2 questions from the audience. So do listen so that you can ask very, very, very strong questions. The president has put out a state of emergency regarding food security. And if we look at its priority areas, one is food security. But we also know that climate change is something that is global. The FAO representative has talked about 24 million Nigerians facing food insecurity, with 64 more facing stress. And if something is not done quickly, and this is just for 26 states, plus the FCT, and if something is not done rapidly, we're going to be facing a monumental disaster. So I'll start with you, Dr. Sanjo. What has been the constraint that has impaired your ministry from effectively implementing food system transforming policies and programs? And what is the way forward?
Yeah, thank you very much. In the first instance, let me first of all draw our attention to the fact that the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning does not implement program and policies. We only coordinate. But in the course of our coordination, we also lead advocacy where necessary. And when we look at the issue of food and nutrition, the food security, the proclamation by Mr. President, we all observe that all issues around food and nutrition and even water system are multi-sectoral issues. So if there are any challenges, the challenges are those challenges that are linked to various agencies of government that is not allowing them to perform the way they are supposed to do. In the first instance, if you ask anybody, the first thing they will tell you in terms of policy implementation, they will say there are no resources to do that, limited resources. But it's not about resources. Do we actually have the technical capacity? Resources does not be, it's not supposed to be the first to leverage. But we have to first of all look at what do we need to do in a various sector. In the food system, in the food and nutrition, we have about 13 stakeholder MDAs that are supposed to rise up to the issue of food. In the food system itself, we have almost all relevant agencies of government, because when we talk of food system, we are looking at it from the farm to the dining table. And there are a lot of issues around it. In Nigeria, the key challenge to food is low output. Why the low output? The low output can be linked to climate change. You can hear what the minister said with respect to insecurity. Insecurity is a key issue. It's one of those issues that is affecting, the implementation or the achievement of food availability. And when we talk of food security, we need to have food first before we think of securing it. And what is hindering the security, or what are the hindrances to security of food, are those elements that I've mentioned, and they are related to climate issue and climate change. So as a ministry, we are working proactively to making sure that all relevant stakeholders, wherever at both national and sub-national levels of government, are actually encouraged to do what they are supposed to do, so that we can mitigate the effect of climate change as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You've mentioned capacity. You've also highlighted a major issue, which I think some of the representatives that have spoken, which is the collaboration between your stakeholder MDAs and the lack of such. Also, capacity to be able to drive some of these policies. Coming to you, Professor Manser, NIMET is responsible for warnings around climate change. I think, first of all, we'll take the question in terms of what has been a constraint, or what has impaired you from effectively implementing this role as the early warning system for Nigerian agriculture food systems, and what is the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Very warm greetings from Nigerian Meteorological Agency. We're the oldest government MDA, about 140 years old, since the exploration of Nigeria by the British colonial governments. I just want to also correct the notion that we don't only give early warning. Our main mandate is to provide advisories on weather, climate, and water-related matters as it cut across all the socio-economic sectors of the Nigerian economy. And locally also, all the sectors are climate sensitive. Coming to the question, key challenges we face earlier than even the announcement of the federal government, this present administration on the food insecurity declaration of state of emergency. We've been doing a lot of community-based downscaling of the seasonal climate prediction to state levels. Over the years, about a decade using partnership and also collaboration, especially with donors, USAID, Markets 2 project, IFAD CSDP, IFAD CASP, IFAD Life ND, and all this. Three key challenges emerge, and this we've been advocating and also sensitizing all relevant government MDAs on it. One is we do not have direct access to the last mile. Nigerian Med Service is an active WMO member, and we also sit on the Executive Council. And our main products and services globally, they are very perishable, like moi moi. And no matter the effort you have made to generate forecasts based on available historical data, latest models, if the information, product, and services do not get to the last mile at the right time, so all this effort will be wasted, including the resources. We've maintained excellent horizontal partnership and relationship with relevant MDAs at the federal level. But our main key challenge is having access to the last mile. And this last mile reside within the country's local government areas, districts, and community clans. So we've made several attempts using partnership. And the limitation to partnership is if you partner with IFAD CAPS, we've covered about 7 state Sahelian frontline states, but you only be limited to those target communities. We used to mention that the critical entry point to any state is the state government. And if you don't get the buy-in of the state governors to now accept and integrate this service of weather service that we have built over the years, that if you just simply uptake simple onset, cessation, length of season, total rainfall amount, and the end of the growing season, a farmer stands to benefit about 30 to 35% increase in yield, and more than 90% reduction in climate risks based on their agriculture. So the second challenge we've also been experiencing is the issue of technology. Nigeria is very vast, over about 1 million kilometers square, and with a very vast and dense populations. So you need digital technology access, flexibility, accessibility to reach to those users. On our own, we've developed an app. Presently now on real time, any of us can download NIMED Weather app. You will have information across all the 774 local government areas, onset, cessation, length of season, total rainfall amount, and we are working also to build in farmers guide in form of crop calendar in the app. But how many people have access to internet? These farmers that are based, the peasant farmers, small-scale farmers. So technology, leveraging on existing technology, and we're lucky in Nigeria, we love handsets, so, but access to this information through this. We have the app, we have the information, but you need capital, you need collaboration with the service providers. Nigeria Communication Commission, for over 4 or 5 years, we've been trying, even if it is through SSD code, we've made an attempt on pilot scheme in Katsina and many other states. But we need to have this integrated into a national system by the federal governments. And the third, but not the least also among them, is the ability by this, based on experience, by these farmers to now accept that simple integration of weather and climate information will guarantee more yield, will guarantee also improve livelihood to them. And to get this, you need to have well-established agri-extension workers at the community level. This we've seen under this partnership with USAID Markets 2. James is here. We've been in the field for him for several years. Simple information we give to agri-extension on weather and climate as a component of the extension agent brochure for them. The when we monitor them in the field, they perform better than all our even agroclimatologists because they got the skills to relay this information. So, but we don't have all this readily available, at least in all the local government areas. And we've seen in the agri-extension package, so the only missing link is the weather and climate information. And we have this information. So if we really can target these 3 challenges at the both horizontal and vertical layer, I can tell you for NAMED, we have readily available products and services, and we are also ready to do more. We've partnered with Agra Project in Kaduna State, and it has really given us a good courage to do more in agriculture. And maybe during the second or third layer, I will share some of these products. They're also available on our website for access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, I think throwing the spotlight on collaboration. So whether it's interagency or at the subnational, the state and local government area, we're thinking how far and how good can the collaboration be? A follow-up question, you talked about the last mile access, and that was one of the key questions that we were asking, because when you send out this information about the weather, you would expect that if we're expecting floods, of course, the farmers should get ready and should be able to be prepared. That, and then you've of course pointed to the fact that you have no access for this. But my question will be, what is the way forward? How can you actively develop a last mile access to the farmers at the local government area?
Okay, thanks so much. In providing weather climate service, we have a standard framework, say a value chain. And in this value chain, we have you have 3 layers. You have the producers of focus on the top, not by any hierarchy. And this is example like NIMET and NISA. And then you have the second layer, the enablers, the enabling MDAs. So like this, we can see Federal Ministry of Agriculture, FAO, the CSO, NGOs, and all other relevant MDAs. And the last but not the least layer is the last mile communities. So the main problem here is to have a well-designed implementing framework on there's what we call National Framework on Climate Services. Unfortunately, NIMET spearheaded this since 2012, and we are yet to get it approved at the federal level. So with this, you have all the stakeholders in one umbrella, whereby our own is to produce the forecast, and we don't produce this forecast as scientists. We do what is called co-generations. So earlier, we normally invite relevant stakeholders, especially the agri-food security sector, to now share with them the science, the simple maps, the simple information, and ask them, how will that impact your activities? And based on their advisories, we now develop what is called sectoral advisories in all the sectors. And for agriculture, we're very passionate because Nigeria is within the tropical climate region, and tropical climate in tropics is highly variable. 80% of Nigeria's agriculture is rain-fed, and rainfall is highly variable. So if you don't give farmers information on short and medium-term scale to be able to plan their activities, we're going to have a lot of these challenges, even no matter how the beauty of all the policies and declarations are. We've gotten opportunity to address Nigeria's Governors Forum, and we are able also to address NEC in the next few days, so that no matter what we do at the federal and NGO and community development level, so we just need to get governors, state governments buy in to integrate this, because we don't have any land area that is dedicated to federal government. Any inch of land in any parts of this country belongs to a state and a local government. So, and we need to have a well-demarcated framework. So for us, within the climate change value cycle, because weather affects everything, so we have all the stakeholders, what we do to invite them for co-generation. So by the time they make of such input, then we come up with the products, like I will share this document. The seasonal climate prediction is also available on www.nimet.gov.ng. So it has and we release it as early as January so that we give 4 to 5 months lead time to all relevant MDAs to get the information and integrate it in their plannings. So what we need to do is to have a well-planned coordination whereby we, especially for agriculture, we come up with climate-smart agricultural practices based on climate change mitigation, based on climate change adaptations. And it is only in Nigeria, in the whole of Africa, that locally we have used our over 140 years data to now determine local indicators of climate change. For us, we don't want to import any literature that says our climate change scenario is ABC. So we use our data and we got this, that climate is changing locally in Nigeria. Change in rainfall pattern, onset delayed, and cessation coming early. So we are having shortened season and then with high intensity, so more floods. So all our policies, programs, and actions should also be able to address all of this. So what we are saying here is just that we need more of coordination. And if such fora like this forum could drive and push this, especially to get the political buy-in of state governments, whatever we do at the federal, at the project level, will only be impacting a percentage, a fraction of communities. But the moment the state governments get this, and then at beginning of the rainy season, between January to May, Nigerian Met Service and other relevant partners, we can send our field officers to all the state governments to downscale the state level forecast at district level, and then also provide state level sectoral advisories to all this. And we also maintain that channel to get feedbacks from the users. We use scientific method to verify the performance of our forecast, and we also use people's feedback. And through such feedbacks, I will tell you that Nigeria's African farmers, they are very brilliant, intelligent. If you leave them on their own, they can predict weather and get it right by 50%. So what you just need to do is just to increase the percentage of that, their local knowledge. We have seen a farmer in Katsina, James was with us, that has been recording rainfall since 1980s to date. Number of hours and days also spent on this. So the ground is fertile for us in Nigeria to be able, and we have got all the information. We have been categorized as the best met service in Africa. Presently, we are assisting more than 7 countries. But it always pains us that we got the skills and expertise, and we're not getting the right platform to be able to relay this information to the users. But I think we have started and we'll get somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you much, Professor. Coming to you, Dr. Sanjo. You talked about capacity and collaboration. Professor Mansell has said we have capacity, we have technology, we have data, we have even transcribed that data to the 3 languages. I'm saying that he has the 3 languages here, down to how farmers can be advised and to improve production and to be resilient in the face of climate change. Can you give us your comment on how what he has done as an agency can add to the sort of work you're doing as the UN Food Systems Convener?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say that in the course of our implementation and the collaboration arrangement, NIMET has also been part of us in the implementation arrangement. So ordinarily, we assigned role to NIMET, and they came out with a strategy for that role to be implemented, and it's part of what is actually given to us. But what the capacity I actually mentioned mostly was that is in the first instance, when we started the implementation, the first thing that occurred to us is that how do we identify roles of all key players, both at the national and subnational levels? And with that, we developed a call to action that gave role to the federal MDAs, the states MDAs, and even the community and local government, just as the DG Nemet said. Everything that has to do with food system transformation is at the grassroots level. It's in the states. But another thing we did was to then come up with a quick win. How can government quickly move rapidly. And one of the first quick things was the issue of weather. The dissemination of weather information. And that's where we went to NIMET and brought them on board. So that they will work in partnership with Federal Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that the weather information is passed across the country. Then the second one we initiated was the issue of encouraging states to establish farm estates. Because in the farm estates, you can always see youth coming in, women coming in, the vulnerable, the disabled, everybody will come in. Even the private sector will be highly interested. Why? If the government can provide the enabling environment. The farm estate will enable government to provide enabling environment in terms of farmland and whatever. Then in the farm estate, the production, the planting can be taking place. You can see all these small processors, microprocessors coming around. Then you see people selling recharge card. So a lot of things in terms of, because when we are looking at food systems should be looked at from the point of livelihood, from the point of poverty reduction, and from the point of food availability, processing, and then logistic, and then addressing the post-harvest losses. Because where processing is taking place in the farm estate, you see that a lot of people will be interested in coming around. Then the third one we look at was also the issue of homestead gardening. We are promoting Operation Feed Yourself. Let everybody, first of all, key into food production in Nigeria. When all of us key into it, in front of your house, then the villages. So these are some of the things. Then we look at homestead gardening. We look at backyard gardening so that we encourage states. And that was what we took to the state. But for it not to be that federal government is dominating the state, because we have a federating country, states are independent of whatever they are supposed to do. They are supposed to think on their own. What we did was now to initiate a decentralized coordination arrangement, whereby we identify a particular state in a zone, in one of the geopolitical zone, to coordinate all other states, because they speak the same language. They have the same comparative advantage. They have almost the same culture, everything. So we have Borno coordinating for Northeast. We have Lagos and Osho coordinating for Southwest. We have Kano coordinating for Northwest. We have Kwara coordinating for North Central. We have Enugu and Anambra coordinating for Northeast. And we have Edo and Akwa Ibom coordinating for South South. We believe that if this arrangement works, which is actually working, and that's why we now saw the interest of the states and every Nigerian in addressing food system, even including our youth. If you see the aggression of our youth in this food system, they are even the one we are leveraging on now in developing a work plan that is workable. Like the Honorable Minister, 3 days ago, the National Tax Team, because we consider a national tax team, a multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral tax team, that's actually the think tank on implementation of the food system. And this tax team met with our minister on Monday this week. And the minister redirected. He said that, let's just forget that I'm a minister. Let us sit down and brainstorm. And he gave us a direction. He provided a direction that will enable the food system to emanate from the grassroots level, from the community level, local government level, and state, and not the matter of federal. What the federal do is to coordinate. The farm food is not grown in Abuja. It's not grown inside Lagos. So these are some of the initiatives that is actually bringing our collaboration arrangement to fruition. And we are also promoting school garden. We believe that we have lost our value system. Our value system is lost. Our children don't even know how foods are grown. So if we promote school garden, which is already being supported, I think the Federal Ministry of Agriculture is working on that with FAO and some of our development partners. So I can assure you that in the course of implementation, we have gathered these experiences of seeing that our youth are interested, our women are interested, states are interested, and our development partners too, particularly those ones that are actually giving to supporting food and nutrition. We have GAIN always on our side. We have USAID. We have some of them. And then the 3 lead UN agencies, they're actually on ground at any point in time, like what the country rep of FAO said. The FAO, the IFAD, and WFP, they are the 3 lead agencies of UN that were assigned to support the government of Nigeria in actualizing the implementation of the food system. And this gave us the opportunity to be one of the leading countries in the course of implementation. When we went for stock taking in Rome in July, Nigeria was given 2 major high-level events, which was supposed to be chaired by the president, but now chaired by the vice president. And another side event chaired by the vice president. No country had it in the course of reporting on what we have done as a country since 2021 to 2023. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the country, through the federal government, going down to the subnational, is doing quite a bit to forestall the problems we have with food security, given the state of emergency. And you've mentioned starting from the homestead farming to the school farming and then the community farm estate. Little drops, but obviously will cause a ripple effect all the way down from local government to state. I think at this point, we'll take 2 questions. And then we have an online audience too. So I don't know who's operating that, but we can also take a question from the online. So that will be 3 questions. Okay. So if you would like to introduce yourself and then give us a question. Question, no long talk. Okay. So, Usher, yeah, there's a lady there. Anyone on this side? I can't see any hand on this side. Just 2 questions, one from this side, one from this side, one from the online audience. That's all.
Thank you, Sahel Consulting. My name is Professor Hussein Amaku. I'm from the National Animal Production Research Institute. I'm at the Bello University. I'm sure from this introduction, you may immediately realize why I will be asking questions. And my question is directed to NIMET. So you said the last mile is your problem, and that last mile is in crops. I wonder what that last mile will be in livestock. Because what Sahel is doing right now, and most of these other partners that are coming into livestock agriculture, is by genetic improvement. And if you look at genetic improvement, one of the biggest issues will be stress factors, climate changes, and all attending issues. What is NIMEC? Does NIMEC have advisory services for weather-based management of livestock production and poultry? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So do you want to take the question, or we take all the questions and then we answer? What works best for you? All the questions. Okay, so we'll take a second question. Yes, okay. That's the only hand we have up on that side. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to you all. My name is Chris Okike. I'm from Global Network for Youth Empowerment and Equal Justice. And let me start by expressing my profound thanks and felicitation to all that have spoken. They spoke excellently well, and I appreciate all of them. My question is that most of the illustrations and remarks we had here has to do with primarily and majorly with security. I know people, farmers being unable to access their farms as a result of insecurity. One had ordinarily expect that security personnel and even police or even civil defense would have been part of this program, so that will have their own feelings and experiences with respect to what they observe from the field via their interactions with the farmers. So I don't think if it is late for us to have the feelings and experiences of the security agents with respect to what they hear from the farmers in the field. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, so there's a lady, her hand is up on this side. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Fajida Musa, and I work with Sahel Consulting. My question is regarding the AGI, that the primary home garden that they are planning to start with the pupils at the primary school. I want to ask if you are planning to work with a private institute to achieve that, or with the government institute, like with the government sector. We all know that using the private sector is one of the best shots to get things done through monitoring and evaluation. And also we have this component that we're doing at Sahel Consulting, working with farmers to do the HGI. And it's really kind of time-taking and it needs attention. So I want to give a suggestion that they should consider a private sector in implementing this with the pupils. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll just take questions, because we only have 2 questions, only 1 question really. So I'll just take 1 more question, and then who is handling online? Do we have any question from online? Aisha? Okay. So who is taking the online question? All right, yes. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to actually get to me. My name is Dr. Tony Aduro from Aduro Farms in Ondo State, Oktukwa, Ondo State. But I'm based in US. I got interested in this kind of something. That's why I just came down yesterday. 2 days ago from US to come and attend this something also so that I can take part in all along. We've been hearing 3 things. I'm just going to pinpoint out, and then it's going to be like point of the discussion or where we can get a solution to what we're trying to say. We talk about the insecurity. I think my friend there said something like that, inflation, and then climate change, as Kofi had said earlier. So, number one, what are the tools? Because we have those programs that are laid down at the federal level now. How do you actually see that this thing goes to the local level? Because all these things have to come from the local level. How do you monitor them? What kind of tools do you have there to actually monitor that? Okay, these programs from USA, from everybody got to down to the local level. And if you are getting those reports from local level, how do you address it? Because when you see those farmers at the local level, whether it's poultry farmer or just any farm or something like that, what affect them or impact them most is, okay, those two things, climate and everything. But when you see the inflation, how do you address this part when a farmer, like a poultry farmer, could not afford now to buy feed for the, for the poultry or for the chicken that are there? If they are not able to buy them, the chickens they are there, they're going to die. You have to feed them, and you can't increase the price. You can't do anything. That is one thing.
I think we can only take one. Sorry.
Okay. Yes. No. It's just the last one. Okay, I'll just say.
Okay, so
we're just talking about the climate change. Climate change, we are all talking about it. We are not addressing it. We know it's the problem. What step are we taking to address the climate change?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Last question online. Who's taking that, or should we move on? We should move on. Okay, let's take the answer. We'll start with you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Makun, for this.
The online question is on the screen.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Makun and others for the interesting questions raised. Yes, we do have customized forecast advisories for agriculture. And we're very mindful about how weather affects crops. It's the same thing also, it affects the performance, production, comfortability level of animals. So we have a branch in meteorology that we call biometeorology. So, and for most animals, we know their comfort zones, as we do know also for the agroclimatology of any crop or variety. And that is why we also take this into cognizance in our forecast, co-production, the forecast relay, and also the evaluation. So if I refer us to this, our document, Seasonal Climate Prediction 2023, that was released on the 23rd of January this year. After laying all these signs and all the forecast, information. We also have a section, chapter 3, page 34. I will leave these documents here, and they're also available on our website, translated into 3 major languages. And for this year, we're going to do Pidgin, and under collaboration, we can do any local dialect also with any interested partner here. So page 34, chapter 3, implications of the seasonal climate prediction for some key socioeconomic economic sectors of the country. And because of our passion to agriculture, we started with agric as the first sector. And under agriculture, we now reveal the summary of the forecast for the year, generally in the country, and we provide subsectoral advisories. One is crop, and the second is livestock. And under the livestock, we have the poultry section, which I will mention poultry. Some of the advisories: poultry pens should be ventilated and beds should be rehydrated frequently. Farmers should reduce stocking densities during the stress period and ensure good farm management practice. During the anticipated high temperature period, body temperature of young birds should be regulated and clean water provided frequently for the birds. And under subsection 2 of the same livestock, we have for ruminants. And under this ruminants, where we have cattle, sheep, and goat majorly, we also have some of these advisories that farmers should deworm their animals regularly, and pests such as ticks control should be applied frequently during the rainy season because pests spread faster during such wet period. Dairy cows should be treated with antibiotics to this. So we are very much interested, and also we also have for aquaculture. So, but the reason why we're very passionate about this is these farmers, they are just innocent. They are the one that feed us. I come from a Fulani clan in the Sahelian parts of this country, and I know what it takes to just be on your own, and simple weather information you don't have. And this requirement, while teaching in the university, I came across a quotation that says, for a Western farmer, every year their own goal is to maximize profit. But for a third developing country farmer like Nigeria, every year the major goal is to minimize risk of weather. And that is why since joining NIMET on loan some time ago, before appointed as CEO, we've worked greatly. James is here to be able to, we started the downscaling. We say we can't be sharing information at the federal level with commissioners and governors, and the information ends up in the shelves. So we had to devise a means of going vertically. And I was sharing with you our experience of some of these challenges. We have recorded success, but the impact of this success will be much felt if we get the buy-in of state government, so that we have a well-defined framework. We look at the value chain of agriculture in all ramifications, so that we provided additional products and services. In addition to translating these documents, we're also able to, with our agromed community, every 10 days we publish agromed bulletin, summarize the soil moisture scenario, and do provide information. So every month we document this. We do also air quality regarding climate change, monitoring, taking inventory, and all this. For the flood community, we also, especially flood prospect, we have hydromet bulletin every month, and we do have update every week. Extreme weather events due to climate change is a real indicator, and that is what is affecting agriculture. So we're able to capture this. Some communities last year recorded 30% of their total rainfall amount in just less than 4 hours. And you can imagine what that could be. So we need to do a lot with, especially the agriculture. We have one working MOE with IAR on either flood and drought resistant varieties. Farmers need to be healthy. So we also capture, most of our diseases in the country are climate induced. So we have a bulletin, climate and health bulletin. And this captures scenarios on the possibility of meningitis, malaria, measles, and some climate-induced diseases, and we provide a lot of advisories. So I will stop here, but I want to say that we're able to document using local indicators in all the eco-climatic zones, climate change impacts, vulnerability, mitigation, adaptation in Nigeria. And this we did in collaboration with researchers from the university. So what I'm saying is we got all this information, but we just need a relaying platform whereby this last mile users that are very dear to us will get this information that is highly perishable. Thank you, Prof, for the question, and we can continue to discuss further. Thank you.
It's encouraging to see that NIMED has all the information. It's now how we can get that information to the last mile. I think that's the key question and the key issue coming out of here. How do we get all this information? Climate change, and it has monthly bulletins on every aspect of the weather. So how do we get this information to the last mile? There was a question on monitoring and evaluating of activities at the LGA. And I think that you touched a bit on that. Maybe you could just say a short response, give a short response to the doctor from United States.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you are aware, my ministry is actually in charge of national monitoring and evaluation. And for whatever any agencies of government is doing or whatever they are doing in the country, there is always provision for monitoring and evaluation, but it depends on the level. There are different levels. There are some that are for civil society organization, private sector. There are some that are for high level. You can see the Senate, the National Assembly monitoring, the ministers. We have what we are called high mark now in the ministry. It is a platform. It is an application that you can always log in onto and get information on projects across the country. But having said that, in the food system, we are developing an implementation strategy now, a national implementation strategy for the 70 priorities identified as problem of Nigeria food. And in it, we are also having a monitor and evaluation framework to be attached to it. And the development of this thing is actually the work of all relevant stakeholders, including the academia, the private sector, the MDAs, and every other person that our development partners. And that was the one I said that part of what the minister said that we should go and review. And that's what we are going to do this Friday to Sunday now. We are going to bury ourselves in a particular hotel, all the members of that team. So the private sector are actually taking cognizance of. And in fact, in the implementation of the food system, private sector is key. Government cannot do much. If we are talking of the farm estates, private sector is key in terms of developing the processing zone and for whatever we want to do. So the private sector is recognized and we are ready to partner with you. We are also setting up a national public-private sector engagement committee now that will be the one that will drive the process of the food. We are also encouraging, we are also working on a committee that we work on, because the issue of food, all these small processing MSME is a problem of financing. So we are looking at resource mobilization and financing so that we'll be able to have, how can we develop a bankable project proposal that will support any component or any chain of the food system, including planting, ordinary seedling, then processing, logistic, storage, and some other things. We have a lot of investment in food system. The issue of post-harvest losses, we attract investment in storage facilities, in the post-harvest infrastructure, including cold chain. So these are some of the things, and we rely on private sector to drive this for us, while the government will provide the enabling environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So in closing, we have a lot of partners here from the third sector, we have from the private sector, a lot of capacity in here that can support what the government is currently doing to scale up innovations. So I'll come to you first, Doctor, because you've talked about partnerships. What commitment are you making going forward from here, financially, whatever programs, to the partners that are here that can key into and support with your push for food and nutrition security? So this is your 30-second pitch.
Thank you very much. Honestly, it's a question that is very hard. Ordinarily, by the time we commenced the implementation and when we started the idea of what do we need to do with respect to actualizing the implementation of food system, we first of all brought all our development partners together to a discussion by the immediate past Honorable Minister of State, Budget and Planning and National Planning. And now we are also going to replicate the same. So our partners are actually join us. The UN is already committed, and they also have special attention in their country program for the food system transformation. Then some other INGOs too, like GAIN has always been with us. They have been performing excellently in the national tax team, that is the brain box for implementation. So we encourage our partners to please join the advocacy. We are not asking you to support us in the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. We are encouraging you to help us support states on those areas that we enable states to increase production, especially farm output, and even to also support local governments wherever there is need for them to be supported with seedlings and whatever will make our output increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor, you have shown us quite a lot of data. Also, you're known for excellency within the continent. What commitments are you giving the partners here, both public, both private, and the third sector, that you as NIMET going forward will make to help you achieve your most recognized problem, which is the last mile access through the states?
Thank you so much for this question. Actually, we're always very busy interacting with partners, both at either federal and or vertical state, including donors. We have a working MOU with FAO, and we've signed an MOU with Federal Ministry of Agriculture, all the project of IFAD, CASP, Live ND, and also the VCDP and all this. Because we realize that we are just 2,000 in number, and we have about 100 offices, but we realize that partnership is key. And that is one of our policy objectives in NIMET. And as such, our doors, windows, and arms are very open for partnership, and food security falls under the public weather information that we provide at no cost. So please, you can approach us at any given point, either through our social media or through our website or through our state offices or at the headquarters. We are based at the airport. We very open for partnership, and we can guarantee and promise that we can use this platform through partners, because you have access. We value partnership, especially community-based projects, programs, because they provide us with a relay platform so to relay this information to the users. So we do two things. Please provide us access to the users through your projects, and then we also maintain a two-way communication with that access, so that those users will now get their feedback from them. How do they feel about the focus? At what form and format and frequency do they want it? And also we can get this tailored demand by the users, and this helps us very much a lot. And we can tell you we don't charge anything for data, whether of information, products, and services regarding agriculture. And we have very experienced staff. James has been working with you, so we have a robust Department of Applied Meteorology with specialists in agrometeorology. James did first degree in agriculture, and he has done a lot. And he's part of even WMO Agriculture Agroclimatic Technical Commission. So a lot of skills and localized skills. I'm proud to mention that even our website, even this app was developed by our own ICT expert with no single input from any consultant. So we're very open. Please approach us. We've signed more than 100 MOUs. We've intervened in over 120 Nigerian higher institutions to try to see how we can work together and get more research activities, especially towards agriculture. So you're welcome. Weather is live, and live is weather, and we can do a lot together with you. Thank you so much.
Doctor, you wanted to make a brief comment before we close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to reestablish the fact that our working in the food system is highly collaborative, and also to emphasize the fact that at the inception of the food system implementation, in fact, the exploratory dialogue that led us to 78 priority actions, Sahel Consulting is one of the foundation for most of what we developed internally on food system transformation. So I was not surprised when they came around and said that we should come and discuss this, and when they came up with this transformation arrangements. And I still want to congratulate Sahel Consulting and encourage them to continue to do more. And God will continue to strengthen the organization. Thank you.
Final word from DG NIMET, and then we'll
Okay,
close.
thank you so much. Sorry, I just have one information that I think I could share. If this could trigger interest. While teaching, I've participated in a project called Farmer Managed Natural Regeneration Project in the Sahel, cut across Sahelian countries of Niger, Burkina, and parts of Senegal. And I've seen how simple adoption of this Gao tree, Federbea albida, that has a phenomena of dormancy during the rainy season and then flourish during the dry season. And this brings about a lot of natural fertilization. We've seen in some fields that they've got more than 600% increase in yield without application of a single fertilizer. And this started with an NGO project. And as a result of this, if you check satellite now, extreme southern Niger is greener and has more tree density species than extreme southern northern Nigeria. And extreme northern Nigeria is a bit southern in terms of latitude and climate, and should be wetter and should be denser. And we do a lot of mass destruction of over 400,000 hectares of trees in Nigeria. And this is really not helping us. So we have to, if partners were very much interested, if partners could come up with, we can do a proposal and see how we can integrate relevant MDAs and work on this. I participated in the project as a climatologist and trying to query whether the greening of the Sahel was as a result of rainfall. But we realized it wasn't rainfall recovery, but it was as a result of this farmer managed natural regeneration model. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to, please, a round of applause. I would like to thank Dr. Sanjo and Professor Mansell for this very illuminating fireside chat. I think some of the obvious issues has been discussed before is that collaboration is a key element to scaling the innovations that can protect us from food and nutrition insecurity. And they've opened the floor. They say their shops are open, partners. They're already partnering with some, but I think that the key thing for us now is scaling up what has been done and being able to take that and take it down to the local government, to the very last mile, because that's the most important and essential part, an element of being able to protect food and nutrition in Nigeria. So thank you very much for listening. I will go on to, and I want to thank our fantastic panelists up here. Thank you very much. So we're on to the next segment, which will be the ministerial address, which I'm also moderating. And I would like to invite up the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, as represented by Mrs. Sura Mahmood, to please come up and give a 5-minute address by the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Sugra, not Sura. So I think those glasses need something. Yeah. So it's, I would like to stand on the well-established protocol and to read the address of my honorable minister, who is unavoidably absent because of the challenges that we're facing now. He's actually currently in the field trying to get us prepared for the dry season farming that is approaching. For the wheat season, by 12th of next month, if we don't, or rather 15th, if we don't plant, we've lost the season and we have just one chance in a year to do that. So we'd like to make a dent in our import of wheat in this country. So most of our, the ministers, also the permanent secretary are there attending to those things, and they would love to be here. So, and I will remove my own cap of explanation and put the cap of the honorable minister, Senator Abubakar Abakiari, GON, to actually, so if whatever I say that looks very nice is because of the honorable minister, but if I do something, well, that's me for you. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance. And we've heard all of that repeatedly over and over by everybody that has spoken today. Rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change. This conference centered around scaling innovations and driving urgent public-private partnerships actions reflects the gravity of the challenges we face and the collective determination to address them. Nigeria, like many other nations, faces the harsh reality of climate change. We witness shifts in weather patterns, unpredictable rainfall, and the increasing frequency of extreme weather events, as we have heard from NIMET just now. These changes significantly impact our agricultural sector, threatening food security and our production. In this context, scaling innovations becomes not just an option, but it's a lifeline. We must encourage research and development in climate resilient crops, sustainable agricultural practices, and efficient resource management. The collaboration between our scientists, farmers, and entrepreneurs will be crucial in this endeavor. We must foster an ecosystem where innovation can flourish and where agricultural practices evolve to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. Equally essential is the role of the public-private partnerships. Our government recognizes that no single entity can address the complexity of climate change and food security on its own. We must therefore unite our efforts, harnessing the strength of both the public and private sector, including the informal sector, who actually feed us. By doing so, we can mobilize the resources, expertise, and innovations necessary to confront climate change head-on. However, we must act urgently. I think there was one of the, was it World Economic Forum, or that it was the imperative of now, and that is what is really facing us now. Climate change is not waiting for us to catch up. The challenges are pressing. The consequences of inaction are severe and something that should not be contemplated. We must invest in climate-smart agriculture, sustainable land management, and the development of resilient food systems. In this journey, the President Tinubu-led administration commits to playing a leading role. We will work tirelessly to create an enabling environment for innovation and investment. We will strengthen our institutions to support public-private partnerships that drive sustainable agriculture. We will prioritize the resilience of our food systems and the well-being of our citizens. As we work to address the challenges posed by climate change, we must also focus on the ensuring that Nigerians have access to nutritious foods. You saw the dire statistics presented by FAO this morning. It is something that is really, really catastrophic and heart-wrenching. According to UNICEF, 25 million children are at high risk of food insecurity in 2023. This situation is deeply alarming and calls for immediate and decisive action on our part. It is for this reason that under the leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our administration has taken the initiative to rebrand the ministry from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Furthermore, the president has declared a state of emergency regarding food in Nigeria and has initiated a comprehensive intervention plan aimed at enhancing food security, affordability, and sustainability. Now, let me take a moment to shed light on the actions of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is embarking on to address some of these critical issues. I'm sure you were aware that there was a press briefing that ruled out some of the plans the ministry intends on taking and some of them that are ongoing. And this is something that we're calling on all and sundry to join us to make it a reality. So in the immediate term, we are preparing for the next dry season farming starting in November. I just mentioned that. This includes activities such as certification of planting materials, aggressive promotion and preparation for dry season farming, and implementing dry season wheat production, along with various other arrangements. On the short-term priorities, extending to 2024, encompassing stakeholder analysis, investment in animal feed crop production, strengthening agricultural institutions, and the development of national coordination framework within the sector. We are also focused on enhancing communication, strengthening agricultural infrastructure, and promoting irrigation and agricultural laws. In the medium term, ladies and gentlemen, from 2024 to 2026, our efforts will be directed towards the development of digital ICT mobile-based agro-industry systems, with a particular focus on protein from animal sources. We are also, though in a sustainable way, the Director of Animal Husbandry is sitting right in front, and I'm sure she will tell you guys more about that. We are also committed to upscaling value chain projects, implementing fintech solutions, and promoting urban agriculture, among other initiatives. Dr. Johnson Jofani made mention of the homestead garden, and it is something that we're fully committed to. We've been doing it and we'll continue to do it. Looking ahead to the long term, from 2024 to 2027, ladies and gentlemen, our actions include the development of national agricultural database, as we're very certain that the issue of data cannot be overemphasized. Whatever we do, if we do it without the necessary data, at best, we're just doing guesstimates, and that has to stop, and we'll redirect our effort in that direction. And repositioning agricultural institutions to deliver for what we need to do. They need to be doing demand-driven research that will meet the needs of the market and the challenges that we find today, ourselves in today, and addressing issues related to cold chain systems. Again, Dr. Sanjafari made mention of that, and as like others did. Without cold chain, ladies and gentlemen, food safety is at stake, market is at stake, where the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement has been signed, and Nigeria is the largest market, but we cannot be. We have to be the largest producers, and for that we need cold chain. Agricultural breeders need to breed for sustainability, all the genetic improvement that we require. The DG NIMET has made mention of some of these things, and animal disease-free zones for our food safety and also for nutrition. As I conclude, let me emphasize that rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change is not just a task for governments or businesses alone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a shared responsibility that involves civil society, academia, international partners, and every citizen that is on this soil called Nigeria. Together, we can build a future where no one goes to bed hungry, where our food systems are resilient and are working for people, planet, and prosperity, and where environments are thriving. I invite all of you to engage actively in the discussions and collaboration that this conference will undoubtedly foster. Let us seize this moment to rethink and reshape the future of food and nutrition security in the face of climate change. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I think thank you. Just to speed things up, Aisha, I'm just going to tweak, yes, just a bit. So I'm just going to invite all the representatives up here, and then from here, they can give the ministerial speeches and then a question for each of them. Okay. So I would like to invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Environment, Dr. Mrs. Agnes Asabra, DG of the National Biosafety Management Agency, to please come up and give the ministerial address. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, as represented by Mr. Dafang I. Sule. You're very welcome. And so we'll do it this way, madam. You just take the podium so that for aesthetics to give the address, and then thank you very much.
Distinguished stakeholders, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Bello Scholastica, Director, Planning Research and Statistics of the National Biosafety Management Agency. I am standing in for the Honorable Minister of State of Environment, Dr. Adelekun Adebayo Salako. He sends his greetings. He would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, he has other engagement. So I will be his radio or television. I'm speaking on his behalf. And it reads this way. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Environment, I wish to thank the Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited for organizing this high-level policy roundtable at the ever-interesting and impactful Sahel Changemakers Conference. Most interesting for us at the ministry is the theme of the conference, which we all know, just as it is there. This discourse wouldn't have been done at a better time to intensify such a discussion now, putting into cognizance the global impact of climate change on our food productivity. Also very heartwarming for us at the ministry is the identification of the environmental sector by these organizers as very key to the national food and nutrition security system. Let me at this point inform you that food security, which is among the key points agenda of Mr. President, is a very vital mandate in the ongoing preparation of the Federal Ministry of Environment's 4-year strategic roadmap, as did say the Minister of Agriculture. The reality of climate change is with all of us. Previous speakers have enumerated that. I came a bit late, and I was actually wondering, did we even discuss why the climate change? Did we discuss why the climate change? It starts from the why. If we do not address this, then every other thing we'll be doing will be scratching the surface. Hence, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Environment, in all our doing is to look at that aspect of why the climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the ever-increasing population of the country has resulted in increased demand for food production, and this is speculated to be doubled in 2050. Your action, my action, increased demand for all activities are very key to the issues of climate change, starting from the very dresses you are wearing. When you dump it there, the food that you take, when you remove the excess and dump there, what happens? It increases to the issue of climate change. In our own little corners, we are imparting this so-called climate change. And all the consequences have been enumerated. Recognizing these consequences and adverse impacts of climate change on Nigeria, and especially to our food production, the Federal Ministry of Environment declared climate change a major threat to the environment and agricultural productivity, which must be tackled with all possible approaches. Some of the approaches put in place by the ministry to mitigate the impact of climate change in our environment, and particularly on the agroeconomic system, are as follows. 1, noting that the issue of climate change cannot be addressed in isolation, the country has joined global communities to adopt treaties meant to tackle climate change. Nigeria became party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992 and ratified the convention in 1994. It also became party to the Kyoto Protocol in 2004. Nigeria ratified the Paris Agreement in March 2017 and entered into force on 15 June 2017. In domestication and implementation of these treaties, the Federal Ministry of Environment has activated many approaches, too numerous to mention, within the several departments and agencies of the ministry. The Federal Ministry of Agri also participated actively in the Kumen-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, aimed at ensuring that there is new era of action for nature. There is an establishment of the National Council on Climate Change in 2021 at the national designated authority in the formulation of policies that will help achieve green and sustainable economy in Nigeria, as well as drive implementation of Nigeria's climate change agenda and the National Climate Change Action Plan. This includes development of carbon market framework and the National Adaptation Plan, which is in line with the aspiration of the country's nationally determined contribution. Like I earlier said, it is your activity, my activity, that causes climate change. So for anything that you can do to reduce the emission of carbon, then there is an agenda, a plan to compensate you and to reduce carbon emission. A national climate change policy for Nigeria 2021 to 2020 has also been developed. The policy prescribes sectoral and cross-sectoral strategic statements and actions within a medium-term framework between 2021 and 2030 for pursuing a climate-resilient national sustainable development. A national forestation program under the Green Bond Project has also been put in place. This has successfully forested about 6,191,363 hectares of land through the Green Bond Project implemented by Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria, National Agency for Great Green Wood, Department of Deforestation, Land Degradation and Drought Management, National Parks, NGO. We're talking about partnership. The NGOs are in partnership with us on this. Private planters, international stakeholders, all to mitigate the impact of climate change. In addition, a total of about 6,550,056 seedlings were raised, distributed to state governments and institutions, and planted by Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria, Federal Department of Forestry, Nigerian Conservation Foundation, and Tree Restoration and Planting Company under the Forestry Trust Fund Initiative. Let me assure that the ministry is also putting all necessary measures to maximize this seedlings production. As you are aware, when you want to build houses, you cut a lot of trees. What are you doing? You are adding to climate change. So seedlings are being distributed to both private and public institutions to plant. Dear participants, while we contribute to implement several measures that mitigate the impact of climate change on the agroecology system, let me gladly inform you that the ministry is also focused on improving the adaptability of crops, including the use of climate-smart agriculture as a nature-based solution to tackling the impact of climate change to natural food and nutrition security. This is in line with reshaping our discourse on rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change. Therefore, improving the adaptability of crops as climate-smart agro production represents one of the vital innovative approaches to achieving SDG 2. It is on this note that safe science, technology, and innovation plays a prominent role in this discussion, especially in developing countries such as ours. Accordingly, Nigeria has adopted the application of new breeding technologies, such as modern and emerging modern biotechnology in agriculture to produce improved climate-smart crops, genetically modified crops that contribute in mitigating the impact of climate change. Among such crops are those with the inherent capacity to resist pests and diseases, thereby reducing the frequent application of pesticides and increasing yield. The implication would be that there would be minimal exposure of soil to complex pesticidal chemicals, which when broken down will result and release greenhouse gases such as nitric oxide and carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, thereby causing ozone layers and depletion. Some of these crops are modified to tolerate drought, thereby contributing to combating of deforestation while promoting food security. Others are modified to be nitrogen efficient, thus reducing the use of fertilizer that help to reduce greenhouse gases. There are also those that are modified to be salt tolerance, which makes them more adaptable to thrive in frequently flooded areas, among several products of new building technology. However, for these crops to contribute to food security in the face of climate change, they must be certified safe to the conservation and sustainability of biodiversity. Taking into account human health, the Federal Ministry of Environment, therefore, is more concerned about the safety of these products, of these genetically modified products, while mitigating the impact of climate change on the ecosystem. Hence, the National Biosafety Management Agency was established in 2015 to provide regulatory framework to safeguard human, animal, and the environment from potential adverse effects of modern and emerging biotechnology and its products, GMOs. For the benefit of Nigeria, after thorough regulatory process, the Federal Ministry of Environment, through the agency, has granted approval for the commercialization of food and economic important genetically modified climate-smart crops while contributing to national food and nutrition security. These commercialized crops have been modified to resist the major economic pests that affect the particular crop. They include pore borer-resistant crops. They include pore borer-resistant cowpea, fall armyworm-resistant maize that also has the capacity to moderate drought. Ladies and gentlemen, as we deepen this discussion, especially for us in the environmental sector, in providing innovative measures to mitigate the effects of climate change, we must bear in mind that scaling up innovation into nature-based solutions, such as safe new breeding techniques as an innovative approach for ensuring food and nutrition security in the face of climate change is very critical. Let me assure you that the Federal Ministry of Agric, through its department and agency, working in line with the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, is now putting in place actions for more comprehensive, all-inclusive, and better coordinated support mechanism, including stakeholders' engagement in reducing the impact of climate change. Let me once again, on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, congratulate the Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited for conveying such an important discourse as we hope for positive outcome that will favor Nigerians' agro ecosystem. I must emphasize that there is no better time than now to take action. Therefore, let us all join hands to collectively tackle this issue which affects us all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We're really running short on time, so we've sort of all kind of agreed on the panel here that we'll just go straight to questions. So it's just one question, and we have 2 minutes each to respond. And I just want you to, I'll start from the Ministry of Agric. Just one key innovation that you want to sound out to our partners here. Remember, it's all about scaling up these innovations through public-private partnerships. So just one key in 1 minute, one key innovation which you think that our partners will be very much interested in.
Yeah. One key innovation just for the whole Ministry of Agriculture will be a very hard sell. So I'm going to mention irrigation using solar. You know, we need to upscale that because with what we have now with the cost of living crisis and cost of energy, we have to take measures that will bring down the cost of production and will keep us in the field year round. But I also have to mention issue of livestock. I cannot mention, the Director of Livestock is looking at me, because we need to de-risk that sector and the conflict that is coming because of climate change. Also, we have several things that we're doing that need to be scaled up, the pasture development and the actions that are pushing for sedentarization. And then I'm going to also have to mention nutrition. You have had the figures this morning, madam, and biofortified crops must be in the hands of all the smallholder farmers, and research in that direction to bring in more must also be done. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So for agri irrigation, the livestock, and the final one is nutrition. So partners, please take note. They need to upscale the innovations that they currently have running. I'll go to trade and investment. Thank you, sir, for representing your minister. Can you tell us just one key innovation from the Ministry of Trade and Investment with respect to what we're discussing here? How do we manage food and nutrition security in the face of climate change, scaling up innovations through public-private partnerships? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. As you have said earlier, I'm Mr. Dafang Sule, the Director of Federal Produce Inspection Service. I would like to say two, but the first one is the implementation and enforcement of robust food safety and quality standards, which can ensure that consumers have access to safe food, safe and nutritious food, while also enhancing competitiveness of agro commodities. And secondly, the implementation of carbon pricing, which is a policy that will see the introduction of a carbon pricing mechanism for our industries so that they can incentivize their industries by reducing their greenhouse gas emissions which can be done through the implementation of taxes, from the industries, and that will lead to, of course, reducing the climate change issues that we are grappling with right now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you've pointed out two key innovations that would need public-private partnerships, yes. Carbon pricing, he said, and then of course, trying to upscale the competitiveness of the agro products. Okay, coming to the Ministry of Environment, Honorable Minister, ably represented, can you please give us one key innovation that the ministry is currently championing and you would like to upscale this innovation through your public-private partnerships?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Like I said, the issue of genetically modified organism and new breeding techniques, the adoption of these techniques is very key in the issue of climate change, because adopting them means reduction in use of things like fertilizer, things like pesticides, which adds to climate change. However, in Nigeria currently, there is misinformation and under-information about these crops. So we want the private, a private partnership on informing correct information to the public out there on what genetically modified crops are, and to also expand the information, thus increasing its adoption. It should be on note that most countries that are into the production of genetically modified organisms, particularly grains, are net exporters of grains. And nothing stops Nigeria to being a net exporter of grains instead of being a net importer of grains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'd like to thank the honorable ministers ably represented for coming on the podium to speak to the subject matter. We'd also like to thank the UN Food Systems Convener and the DG NIMET. And just to summarize really what the two sessions have been, the key things that we're taking home with, one is that there needs to be collaboration, an in-depth level of collaboration between the public-private sector and even within the public sector itself, right down to the last mile. And both the DG NIMET and the UN Food Systems Convener has said our shops are open to the partners. Would like to collaborate on communicating some of this data down. So a lot of what's happening here is collaboration on information, communication, and also scientific innovations that they've talked about. So I think that it's critical, as said by the country representative for FAO, that we don't work in silos, but we work together. And these partnerships are formed to be able to upscale the innovations that are currently ongoing between the government and the private sector. Thank you everyone for listening. And I do hope that this information from here was very enlightening and that you will practically follow through with some of the solutions that have been proffered here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for our moderator, Ms. Oge. Please, I think she's deserving of a better resounding round of applause. She has held it down, moderating the fireside chat and also the ministerial address. We also want to appreciate the Federal Ministry of Agri and Food Security ably represented, and also the Honorable Minister for State Environment, and then the Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Environment. Okay, all right. So there's just a little slight change, but once again, we want to appreciate everyone. And we still have a lot in store, a lot. There's a lot we have today. And we just heard from the public sector, talking about the policies, what are they doing? And we're seeing that the major thing that has been emphasized so far is the need for in-depth collaboration. And I know that every one of us here, we're already taking note of the things we need to do. Would go on to learn from the private sector. What is being done? What is happening in the sector? What are the innovation happening there? And we have a very interesting panel session called the Innovation Panel. And this Innovation Panel is, we're going to be focusing on the existing breakthroughs and inspire future innovation to address challenges in this sector. And ladies and gentlemen, I will not be the one moderating that session. We have an amazing moderator. She came up here to give the goodwill message, and we'll be inviting her up back on stage to take the session and also invite the panelists for that session. And I want you to really engage, listen, and then have questions. If you have questions, write them down because it's going to be very interactive. I want to recognize the online audience. Please come put our hands together for every person who is joining online. We recognize you and thank you so much. So please put your hands together as I make welcome the moderator for the Innovation Panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ms. Jasmine Ohanyere from the Feed the Future team lead from USAID. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Thank you.
All right, excellent. So as we continue, I hope everyone's doing well. Is everybody doing okay? Are you sure? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. All right. I want to invite my panel members to the stage with me. I will introduce you, and as I introduce, please feel free to come up. And I want to apologize if I say your name wrong, because I was going to do that during the break. Sorry. So, but I'll try my best. So first we have Sina Uti Warzi. And she oversees access to markets and innovation and in the GIZ program, Sustainable for Inclusive Economic Development and Decent Employment in Nigeria. Next, I'll just get us have a seat. And next we have Rufus Idris, and he is the country director for Heifer International here in Nigeria. And then last, and of course not least, is Dr. Sanchi Gurmayam. Gurmayam. Sorry, I'll correct it. And he is the director of Agromayam, and he's also a board member for Sahel Consulting. So we're going to have a seat and start the panel. All right, excellent. Thank you everyone for staying with us and staying engaged. I want to emphasize the staying engaged. That is something that's going to be important. We have an amazing panel discussion that we're going to have here. So I think the panel discussion will naturally keep you engaged. But what I want to do is I want to allow my panelists to introduce themselves. And as they introduce themselves, they can, I'll have them introduce themselves, and then we'll go into giving They'll have an opportunity to give a brief overview of their focus, and I'll introduce that focus at that point. So who would like to start? Oh, well, there it is. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So you almost got my name right. Dina Uti Waziri.
I don't think it's on, is it? Can you hear her?
I think it's on. Thank you. And I'm from the SEDIN program that you introduced, implemented by GIZ. It's the program for sustainable and inclusive economic development for decent employment in Nigeria. Thank you. That's fine. And for us, and the topic that I want to expand a bit on is circular economy, and particularly circular economy for agriculture, in extension also for the food system, and the work we've been doing in that regard, and what we think needs to be done in addition. Upscaling has been mentioned several times. We believe that circular economy is basically a tool that we have, and it provides basically the economic rationale why, and gives us ideas on what we can do in actually achieving mitigation, adaptation to climate change. And I believe that for many practitioners, farmers, processors, they need hands-on reasons why to adapt, why to change. Yes, there's this partly very abstract aspect of climate change, but the circular economy principles actually show very economic reasons why reducing inputs, particular types of inputs, are important, why reusing of waste has an economic potential. There's an actual cost benefit to it. It also shows that why there's a reason, a good economic reason not to pollute water, because there's an economic consequence, cost that needs to be carried. Using toxic inputs have health results that also need to be financed in the end by the economy. And those are basically the principles that are shown very clearly through the circular economy approach. And we believe, particularly a nation like Nigeria, with all its human resources, human potential, also the natural potential that is available, applying the circular principles will actually enable the economy to jump. And particularly because other development or other nations have maybe further developed, but also made mistakes along the line. And the circular economy approach, I think, shows up what these mistakes have been. And these nations are now trying to retract their steps and go backwards. And a country like Nigeria has the opportunity to actually jump all the mistakes that have been made and put itself in front of the curve. And from the GIZ, what we try to do is basically support pilots that can be upscaled. We've spoken about upscaling a lot today, and we believe this is very important, as it's important to trickle down information. It's important to show what works and to upscale that. We have, for example, in the area of waste to wealth, supported 700 cassava processors in using the waste that they normally have, the cassava peel, and making high quality cassava peel out of that, which is a part substitute to maize for animal feed. And these processors make very tangible financial benefits and have additional income with this additional processing that they can do, up to 10% monthly additional income. And of course, for the animal feed, there's a reduction in costs for the inputs. We've also, for example, supported in the area of research, it was mentioned before, in Niger State, we are supporting the Federal University of Technology, FUT Mina, to collaborate with the cosmetic producers on ground. They're working with shea butter. I mean, Nigeria has shea in abundance, and they're producing cosmetics. But for any additional processing, a lot of inputs need to be imported. And what we're supporting currently, they are final year students researching plants and ingredients that are local, that are natural, that can be used for oils and fragrances to enhance the cosmetic products by these mainly women producers. And this can, of course, be expanded. So we're big advocates of research and linking university and research to the actual economic practitioners, maybe farmers or processors. We are also supporting several innovation areas. For example, I think it was mentioned, the aspect of food loss, the aspect of transport and logistics. In one of our logistics innovation sprints, a solution was developed to particularly look at the tomato sector. Numbers of 45% of agri losses or tomato losses in the transport were mentioned. And basically what they have done is a very locally maintainable solution, a solar powered truck using information on transit technology to transport in the pilot for now from Ogun to Lagos, tomatoes, and increasing the, in the end, the income to the farmers because they will have additional income and less losses. The pilot is currently in a market pilot, minimum viable product stage, and we're really looking forward to the results for possible upscaling. There are many more examples. I don't want to go into all of them. Agroforestry is a big one. Recycling of crates, using them in agriculture and transporting and safe transporting of agricultural products. So I would leave it here. I think what has been mentioned is what we also want to emphasize a lot, the aspect of upscaling and the role that everyone has to play. And I think, of course, from our side, we're happy to be part of this process, but we're also looking at the government's role to play, looking at regulations, looking at, but also enabling the environment. There are several aspects also the private sector can play. We're looking at investing into circular products, and of course, also upscaling and believing in these kind of ideas to have the larger scale effect for the nation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Zina. I think it's very interesting to hear in your talk, I think you focused very strongly on the appropriate way to learn from things that have been done and not start from scratch. And I think in development and in a lot of the conversations that we had today, it's been focused on that. It's like, let's learn to work from what has already been done and what has been successful and move from there and make something stronger. And I think essentially, as we're looking to focus in the area that we're focusing for this event today, and just focusing in development in general, it is essential for us to learn from what has already been done and make something better. And looking at cassava, I like the point where you're using all the byproducts. I think a lot of times we waste some of the products that can definitely generate lots of income, and by finding effective ways to utilize it, it gives more opportunity, especially for women, as you mentioned. So I think that that's amazing. I'm going to move to Rufus. And so he can talk a little bit about investment in agritech research and development to enhance commercialization and smart, climate smart innovation for food and nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Rufus Idris from Haifa International. We are one of the oldest INGO in the world, been around for more than 77 years. We've been working in Africa for, we're going to have 50 years next year in Tanzania. We're barely starting in Nigeria, 2.5 years now, and our mission is mainly to end hunger and poverty. And in doing that, we believe that there's some critical stakeholders that we have to work with, importantly, the smallholder farming household. The smallholder farmers are critical in the middle of trying to address the issue of food security, nutrition security, and trying to end poverty also in the world as well. We also see the critical stakeholders there being the innovators. Nigeria today, you agree with me that we have a huge part of our population being young people. These are tech-savvy, entrepreneurial young people that are shaping and designing innovations that's transforming the various sectors in the entertainment sector, financial sector, or the health sector. Why can't we do the same thing in the agricultural sector as well? Also, we know that you cannot just help smallholder farmers in isolation. You must also impact on the entire ecosystem. In the ecosystem, we have many players there, the private sector players, the processor, because they're providing logistic support, extension services, and the likes also very, very important and critical there. So the connection between research and agri-tech is very, very important, because when we're generating innovations that we want to push out there to support smallholder farmers, are they actually addressing the pain points of the smallholder farmers? Are they driven by evidence and data from research that shows that this kind of solution is actually demanded or required by smallholder farmers to actually help them? The data showing that this kind of research, this kind of technology and innovation will not end up harming the environment when you're trying to address a particular issue around food security as well. And also looking at investment going in there, are we ensuring that the technology or innovations are also commercially viable in the long run? Innovation should help improve efficiency for the smallholder farmers. It should help also drive a price point that's affordable to also the smallholder farmers. And what that means is that the focus of innovation and technology, like we mentioned earlier, should be on the smallholder farmers. And you ask me why smallholder farmers? Why can't just target the big farmers or the big firms and support them? It's because in the country today, majority of the food that we consume is being produced largely by our smallholder farmers. Of all the farmers we have in the country, about 80% of them are smallholder farmers. Of the food that we produce in the country today, about 90% of that food that's produced in the country is also produced by the smallholder farmers. So if we want to address the issue of food and nutrition security, we must address the pain point that limits the smallholder farmers, that keep them underperforming, that keeps the profitability or the productivity level very, very low, and also that challenges them. Importantly as well, we talk about climate change. We are living in one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change impact, and we are seeing that day in, day out. The head of NIMEC mentioned earlier about the issue of being able to transfer weather advisory services or weather forecasts to smallholder farmers. Farmers are really struggling. We see the flood and the drought happening in different areas that's making it more difficult for them to produce. At HEFA International, for instance, we're working with some young innovators to address such problem. For example, we have a partnership and collaboration with Ignitia. And the main idea is just to address what the NIMED boss said, the disconnect between the information on weather and the last mile. So these young people are designing innovation that can allow smallholder farmers assess those information and make informed decision about it. It's going to rain tomorrow. It's not enough. How much rain are we expecting tomorrow and where? So that way the farmer can plan the farming activities that will not be disrupted by the rainfall. Oh, there's going to be windy tomorrow, so I will not do spray services tomorrow because it's going to be windy. I can save cost on my input as against going out there and wasting the entire input because it's windy. So we're currently funding that. We started with about 20,000 plus smallholder farmers, and we're growing that this year to about 500,000 smallholder farmers to have access to weather forecast and advisory services to make informed decisions on the field. We talk about insurance as well. The issue of flood that happened. 2 years ago, we started investing in smallholder farmers. How do we change the mindset about insurance? That insurance work, you can actually purchase insurance. But we have issues to deal with the smallholder farmers. One, the behavioral change that needs to happen. We don't believe it works. We can't afford to pay for insurance at the beginning of the farming season because we're busy buying input and buying other things. And also, we don't get paid if anything happened to us. So we want to address those critical issues. And we partner with a group called Pula. We piloted the first pay at harvest area yield index insurance in Nigeria. Farmers don't have to pay at the beginning of the season. We insure them first. At the end of the season, you pay a premium and that gets used to reinsure you again. Farmers are willing to pay more when they have harvest and not when they're still struggling to buy the input. And also to add to that, farmers also see the benefit because area yield index insurance does not only insure your investment in the farm, it invests a reasonable percentage of your expected yield. So should you lose your entire farm field because of flood, you still get a reasonable amount of chunk of money you're supposed to get if you had that crop till the end of the season and harvested at that period of time. So we started investing first. We had more than 40,000 smallholder farmers in Nigeria now that we are financing to help get insurance. And this year, next 2 years, we're going to get like 900 plus farmers that will not be able to access insurance at the beginning of the season and pay at the end of the season when they have the money to pay for it. And that way we can ensure that farmers don't just get to lose their field. In 2022 that we did that, with farmers that we insured, more than 80% of them experienced loss due to the flood, and they all get paid claim payout. The following year, we had more farmers willing to be part of the program. Farmers will pay for products and innovation that's worth it, that works as well. The last point I want to make is that also about irrigation. that our friend from the Ministry of Agriculture mentioned earlier as well. We're also promoting innovations that help smallholder farmers to be able to farm year in, year out. We talk about the disruption in the pattern of rainfall in the country. No country will survive by rain-fed agriculture alone. If we must ensure food security, we must promote irrigation. But at what cost? Irrigation is expensive. You have to burn fuel and diesel. We just have fuel subsidy removal. So now we're doing what we call supporting smallholder farmers to irrigate their farmland using solar-powered irrigation model or mechanisms. So that way, the cost of diesel, the cost of fuel is out of it. It's just a simple maintenance of the simple mechanism that's put in place for them to be able to irrigate and secure their farm. I know they'll talk about livestock as well. We have 7 years experience in livestock. We just finished a national study to understand the livestock landscape in Nigeria. And we're about to design and roll out our strategy for the country where we look more into how do we ensure pasture and water for the pastoralists to reduce the Fulani or the farmer header crisis that we talk about all this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rufus. I think you hit on a lot of the development issues that we have in general. I mean, I think you hit everyone. I think one component that was very important that you did raise was the focus of innovation. I think that's essential as we look at agriculture in general, because yes, it is a large percentage of smallholder farmers. However, there's also a lot of people that are diverting from agriculture and going into other fields. However, with the introduction of innovation, I think it gives the opportunity for people to become excited about it, to understand that there's more than just being in the field and plowing. And it gives them an opportunity to see that there's so many avenues and so many components of agriculture. And of course, it goes into the many, many other areas that you focused on, insurance being a major problem to get people to be interested. When you have people who can barely afford the inputs, the idea to invest into insurance is something that's very daunting. However, and a lot of times it's very rewarding because when they do lose, they still have some kind of support. But at that, I think in development, it's an ongoing issue that we have in helping people feel secure in investing in insurance. But I'm going to move along to Dr. Sanchi, and he's going to give us some information on promoting gender and social inclusion to empower vulnerable groups to adopt climate smart practices. Thanks.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I know it's late in the afternoon, early in the afternoon, late for lunch.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't stay too long. My name is Sachi Gurumayum. It's a pleasure to be back here. Many years ago, I'm talking 10 years back, I was posted here as a country director, spent 3 years. It's wonderful to be back here to see some of my former colleagues as well, Isaiah, Wale. Good to be here. I'm going to talk about gender, climate smart agriculture, and how do we include vulnerable communities into adopting climate smart agriculture. And I'm going to do this in 3 points because I know many of you are tweeting on X right now. I'll keep it simple for you so you can just advert him, write it out. But before I do that, I just want to give you 2 things that I do. I work for a company based out of Switzerland, which is helping multinationals come to Africa with innovative, novel technologies. I'll talk about that in a little bit. But I also am involved in a foundation in a state in India called Manipur, where we're actually working with smallholder farmers at the last mile, or you might say at the first mile, because that is where food originates from, and helping them to adopt newer practices. So coming back to the point about gender and climate smart agriculture and how do we include more people, I'd say 3 things. First is around practice. So if you're tweeting, practices. Second one is around tools. And innovation doesn't have to be just on technologies, on the tools, but the third point, which is business models. So we're talking today about practices, tools, and business models. And I'll elaborate on those in a little bit more detail. When we talk about practices, if you think about climate smart agriculture, we're thinking about, new ways of farming. How do you change farming practices so that you are more water efficient, you're more nutrient efficient, right? What sort of practices are available today that will enable, and we've heard about, even from the Ministry of Agriculture, we've heard about irrigation. What kind of irrigation practices are most suitable to smallholder farmers, for example? Is it drip irrigation? Is it handheld irrigation? Is it, flooded irrigation? Those are the things to think about. We've also heard a lot about regenerative agriculture, practices that will help to improve the soil. That's something that is picking up now. Many people are focused on it. And the definition depends on where you are and what kind of farmer you are and what it is that you need to do to rejuvenate the soil that you're working with. There's no one set definition, but the key is to rejuvenate the soil, bring back life to the soil, so improve soil microbiome, for example, and ensure that your agricultural practices are sustainable. Point number 2 was around tools. And when I mention tools, I'm talking about, inputs, seed technology. We heard earlier on about drought-tolerant seeds, for example. Climate change, as we are facing today, doesn't mean that there is more drought or more floods. The challenge with climate change is the vulnerability of the whole situation. There is drought when we are not expecting drought. There's more rainfall when we shouldn't be expecting rainfall. So it's thrown the whole agricultural calendar into turmoil. And that is what we need to adapt ourselves to with new technology, new practices. There are other tools that are coming up, beneficials, in place of chemicals, for example, targeted active ingredients that can go after the pest that you are fighting, instead of not only affecting the pest, but also every other beneficial insects that may be on the field. Biostimulants is another area that helps plants to absorb available nutrients much more efficiently. It also helps to recreate the soil microbiome. The other key area that we should think about when we're talking about tools is AI and machine learning. And AI as in not average intelligence, but artificial intelligence. How can we learn from all of our past experiences, feed that into computer models, algorithms that can come up with predictions that tell you, if the weather is going to be bad tomorrow, it is going to be, so many millimeters of rain, and it will hit you between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So you don't want to plan your spraying regimes and all the rest, something. And then how do we get that information into the hands of farmers? It's one thing for you to have supercomputers in your lab coming up with all these models, but if you can never get that information out to farmers, you've lost. Okay. The last point is business models. One of the things that I was very aware of while in Nigeria was you go out to rural areas and you find that at the very last mile, first mile, there is still a significant gap in terms of information, knowledge, understanding of modern technologies. And that's something that we have to address. At the same time, and I say this repeatedly, it's only a healthy farmer who can provide food security. And yet you will find that many of our smallholder farmers do not live healthy lifestyles. They do not get access to nutritious foods, yet they may be the ones producing, the grains that you need. And that's something that we need to address. This is the work that Malkeki Foundation, the organization back in India that I started, has been doing. And there we're trying to integrate health checks as part of info sessions on agriculture. So if you're going to participate in our new tech ag session, then you must go through our nurse or doctor first and get your, basic, simple primary health checks done. So if you have very high blood pressure, and we know something's going to hit you in the next year, maybe, so you go and check it out. So those are the early symptoms that we can help. The other thing, and I see a lot of women here, this is one thing that I love about Nigeria. You see a significant number of women who are interested in agriculture, and that is great. What is it that we don't often do in our business models? We don't think of an inclusive model where we're looking at women as a key primary target in our solutions, in designing our solutions. I'll tell you something about work that we've done in the rural parts of Manipur. We started talking to farmers, and it raised the question one day around how do women cope at the time of their periods and they still have to work and there's no access to sanitary products or information on female health hygiene. This is, if you really dig into it, it is a big part of what holds back a lot of women from participating in active economic life. And so we actually designed a model where we integrated female health hygiene information, business models to make sanitary pads more available to rural women who are also supporting the agricultural communities out there. The last thing, and I want to thank Sahel for this, is the work that Alden is doing around dairy and making milk more available to you. There is a part of which is around gender, making microfinancing more accessible to women, for example. And those are the things that we need to incorporate into our business models to ensure that we not only have climate smart agriculture, but we also have the ability and the involvement of our women folks in practicing those climate smart agricultural practices. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Sanchi. Your three pillars that you created, which is practice, tools, and business models, I think they're essential. But in that, I also heard integrated agriculture, where it's integrated, like things are speaking to each other. But I think the overarching theme for everybody on this panel has a importance of engaging youth and women. And I think that's the way, that's the way forward. And that's the way that we'll see the most success in implementing any types of innovation that we have. So what we want to do is we want to open up to the audience to see if there are any questions there. If there are no questions, I have questions for the panel, but I'm happy to share.
And Jasmine's questions are tough, so please ask your questions.
Who's helping with the? Okay.
This one at the front.
Thank you. First, before we go, we'll take about maybe 3 or 4 questions, and then we'll respond to the question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm Angaro Ignatius from ICRISAT. I want to thank the organizers of this meeting for the expository information that I've shared so far. But I'd like to say that paper and presentation, according to holy books, has no end if it is not put into practice. Several have said this is what we can do and this is what we can achieve. And for these scaling innovations, the other minister did mention that it's not the issue of resources, but capacity or manpower. But in the places where the manpower is there is no resources. And even where the technology exists, there is no resources for scaling out. So I would like to see a situation where there is a harmony. The FAO representative did mention that most times we have been in silos instead of working together as partners. So I would like to see a situation where partnership comes up as a result of this, so that those who have the innovations will be able to put it on the table, and those donors will be able to finance, so that the holistic approach towards improving the livelihoods of the smallholder farmers can be practically experienced when we are talking about climate change affecting smallholder farmers in terms of irrigation, in terms of keeping their livestock, and all the information from climate that will inform them of what to do, the technology they're supposed to adopt. So I'm just asking, in a way, how do we get resources? to those who have the technology and upscale it in a holistic manner other than the individualistic approach that is not tackling that is not mitigating the challenges in a way that can make impact and solve this. Though we cannot solve all, but at least visible changes will be assessed that this is what has been done as a result of this cooperation and collaboration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Baba. I have two questions. One is going on. No, please. Okay, I'll join them together. Yeah. The first thing is we have two issues at hand. One is climate change. The other one is food security. They have a nexus. Climate change leads to food security. And my question is like this. We talked about food security and climate change. The person representing Federal Ministry of, I think, Trade talked about pricing carbon. While the other minister was talking, she talked about the framework, national policy on climate change. Is there a framework for CER in Nigeria? That's the question I wanted to ask on the climate change. Then the sustainability of the funding, it comes. Somebody talked about it. I think Dr. Gurumaya talked about business model. I have not heard anybody among all the speakers that talked about this is our plan. This is the model we are following, such a way that people will key into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Olu Akinola from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I just want to point out a missing link that we have not been talking about since. The prof from NAPRI mentioned something similar when she talked about the issue of advisory service. And by extension, I want to include extension service. You see, most of the people that have been talking have been telling us about what they do, how they do it. But here we are talking about partnership. Who is going to start the partnering? Is it the NIMET that will be going to the public institutions to tell them, or it is the public institutions that will go to NIMET, and so on? There is need for collaboration. And how do you collaborate? How do you partner? I expect each of these institutions to have an extension unit so that the collaboration becomes easier. When there was flooding last year and thousands of hectares, of farmlands were washed away, particularly rice, I called the executive director of NCRI and I asked, I used to hear of swamp rice. Can't this be upgraded, or can't a kind of breeding activity be carried out in your research institute such that rice can survive inside water for as long as it is available and still produce more? And he told me that they've just developed about 2 varieties. I think he called it Faro 85 and 86 or something like that. How many of our farmers have access to this? So this is the type of partnership that I'm thinking about. Let the research institutes partner, with the stakeholders so that each and every one of them will come together. Thank God for this kind of platform. Sahel Consulting. You can see everybody here. Do we have any other organization that is going to bring, all these units together? I think it is very, very important. Let every unit have an extension outfit that will be extending whatever innovation that is available within that institution to whoever is the beneficiary. Thank you very much.
Last question to the lady here. The lady right there who's raising her hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tammy, and I'm with the Federal Ministry of Agric and Food Security. I have 2 questions.
Just the one.
Okay, so I'm going to merge them then. They actually go. I'm speaking to Mr. Idris and Mr. Gumarao. Yes. I'm just going to merge a question, so you just take your spot. So my question goes this. Concerning the innovations you're proposing for the young people to come up with, are you going to ensure that they have copyright, patent rights to whatever innovation they come up with, so that they're not afraid to take innovation in agriculture as a business and not restrict themselves to just watching, but actively participating in bringing up new innovations to aid in the agricultural plans you plan on implementing in Nigeria? Do you have that in stock? And also concerning the healthcare products that you made possible for the women in India, did you happen to do that in collaboration with the makers of the healthcare products, or was it done at a subsidized rate or made free for them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent questions. We have we have to get to the questions, sorry. Thank you everyone for your questions. We have 4 questions here. I want to open up to the panel to make a decision, except for the last one, which was directed directly to the panelists. 2 questions, very sneakily done, but the first question, I think overarching, it is how are we going to put into practice what is being said in this event, scaling innovations, and also creating better partnerships and utilization of resources. So would anyone on the panel want to take that one? Okay.
I can start and try to attempt to address this. I mean, I guess everyone in this room knows that Nigeria is vast, it's complex country. So I think everyone knows that there's no one solution that will address this challenge that we're facing. And I think it's consensus from what everyone has said. This needs everyone's effort. So I think everyone will have to move in the end. So I don't think it will be one agency or one level of government that can make this work, but everyone actually having to come together. I particularly think that the local governments have an important role to play because they're very close and much closer to the actual practitioners on ground, particularly when we speak about people that might not have access to digital tools. And so I think here definitely where we're talking about trickling information down, I think the local level and bringing the local level into a coordination, I think that will be very important. I know, for example, from what we've been doing, we've been supporting networks of businesses and public servants coming together to discuss what they can do on local level, which innovations they can implement, which best practices they should implement, and basically going priority by priority, because there might be so many things that need to be done. We need to also prioritize the resources that we have. And for example, in some local government areas, also Feed the Future is active, we are active, others are active, and we come together and say, okay, what is the priority? Let's for example, support the aspect of inputs. Or for example, some local governments say, no, we need improved seedlings, and then they've invited to Niger State IITA to come and set up demonstration plots that they can now start from. So I believe that the bottom-up approach will be one of the success factors and solutions, but it might not be the only one. But in the end, it would definitely need everyone on board. We know that these groups, these dialogue groups, advocacy groups, they also speak a lot, and I think more is needed to possible investors. We need also more investors that are risk-friendly, not risk-averse, basically, to try out new things, to work with these innovators, with the young. And even though there's always a risk factor, to basically trust into the very innovative spirit of the Nigerian youth. Excellent. Okay, sure. Go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you. So I'll just also propose that in addition to just this one-off convening on a yearly basis, we need to have what we call an ecosystem building mechanism. I think I was working on something a few years ago before COVID-19 came. It was a FCDO funded project, and FCDO had to shut down that program. It's mainly bringing all the necessary partners together, the smallholder farmers, the innovators we're talking about, the innovation hubs, government that has to do with policy and also enabling the environment, financial institutions that actually will finance and fund some of the solutions and innovations, research institutions that will help us with evidence data that we need to back this up as well, business schools that will support some of the business modeling and business plan that's viable and sustainable. So all these people meeting together in a system where you can triangulate and discuss on solutions to smallholder farmers. Farmers making a case for what they think they will buy, what they will adopt, what will work for them. Businesses looking at how they can develop a model that works for them. So I think it's just like putting together not just a convening, like a group that interact more often, that share information. So whatever you come up with, you won't have a case of resources on one side, no capacity. Capacity on one side, there's no resources, and things being designed in such a way that we don't need to work in silos. It's just coming together to work and do this together. No single organization or government can solve the whole issue that we're talking about here. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's not something that can be done alone. It's something that has to be very intentional. And I think the intentionality is shown by us being in this conversation, having this conversation, understanding that this is something that needs to be addressed, highlighting what Kofi stated with the FAO presentation. It is a lot of silos. There are a lot of problems that we face, and we have to address them. But we do have to create some type of systems to get through those problems, because the problems have been there so long, they've become the norm. So I'll move on to the next question, and that was on food security, climate change. And essentially, I think the overarching question was about carbon markets, being able to effectively identify ways to utilize the carbon market here in Nigeria. I think it's a great question. Anybody have any info on carbon market? Dr. Sanchi.
Thank you. I'll give it a shot. Carbon markets are coming up. It's seen as a tool that will bring additional income for farmers, large or small. And I think it certainly is a very interesting option. The challenge today is, how do you actually monetize the carbon that you believe you're sinking in your ground through new agricultural practices that you might have adopted? Quantifying that is a challenge, okay? And you know, I've worked with a company, a Swiss company called Gamaya, that does AI and machine learning based predictive models on sugarcane. Sugarcane is one of the most effective crops for absorbing carbon, for carbon sequestration. And they're working on models that will help to understand how much carbon is absorbed in the ground as part of a sugarcane growing cycle. And what are the practices, regenerative agricultural practices, that you need to adopt to keep that carbon in the ground? So if you plant trees today and you claim your carbon credits, but then 3 years later you cut all those trees, what happens to the credits that you got? Do you pay them back? So it has to be sustainable. And I think those are the intricate details that we need to thrash out before we can say carbon credits are a viable, fungible option for farmers. But, is it happening? The answer is yes. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of companies working to come up with solutions that are not for one farmer, two farmer, but millions and millions of farmers out there. Because, if you think about how many smallholder farmers there are in Nigeria, you have to come up with solutions that you can take to all of them, not 3, 4 of them in Kano or Cross River State. Thank you.
Excellent. Actually, with carbon markets, just to add to that, I think it is, for Nigeria, is something that education is really important to learn more about the carbon market, even learn more about pricing, how to effectively price, how to not duplicate. And it is a process, but the market has a lot of potential. A lot of things that are done in Nigeria have sustainable carbon market, carbon credit potentials. So it's like identifying it, like Dr. Sanchi said, and really pricing it in a way that it will be beneficial for the individuals doing the carbon credits. So next, I want to move on to the question / concern about integrating issues with extension workers, understanding the lack of enough extension workers in comparison to farmers, that 10,000 to 1, which everyone is very familiar with, connecting that with research institutions as well as private sector, and creating a form of adaptation in using those research, using the ag extension to teach those new innovations. Does anyone want to take that? Okay.
All right, thank you. So while I was based in Nigeria, one of the things that we needed to do was to take the technology that we had to farmers, to smallholder farmers. And, smallholder farmers, perhaps, limited education, limited knowledge of the latest practices, they need a lot of hand-holding. So you have to go out there and spend time with the farmers in their communities and we set up a whole network of demo farms where we were demonstrating how to grow. We talked about rice. We were not talking, at the time we were not doing swamp rice, but we were doing Faro 44 and Faro 52 Isaiah, that's correct, right? So, and the idea was, how do you demonstrate to farmers a better technology and a better practice, which results, and this was the important thing, in a better return on investment for them. So if we tell you, let's do this collectively, where you adopt a newer variety of seed, maybe drought tolerant, maybe, just a purer germplasm, and you invest a little bit more and protect the potential of that seed through better crop protection and nutrition, fertilizer regime, for example, and you invest a little bit more and you get 100% in return on investment. That is the kind of solution that we need to sell, but that takes time, takes a lot of hand-holding. And this is where we were supported by the government's extension services. Now, I understand there are logistical funding issues, but if you are able to demonstrate that there is economic value generation, value creation in doing this, I think you find the right partners. I mean, Alden has been able to get, dairy farmers, cattle owners, processors, those who process milk into fresh milk that you consume or into yogurt that you drink. LNZ is an example. You create economic value along that chain. Suddenly, everyone sees that participating in this is better for the economy, better for not only myself, but for the country. And that is I think, the key message that you need to be able to come up with and sell. But somebody has to do that. So, the question on partnership. Yeah. SDG 17 should run in our blood. It's the only way we're going to get things done at scale. But somebody has to make that first move. Whether it's the private sector, the government, or an NGO, somebody has to make that first move. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Sanchi. So it was a short panel, and I know you guys enjoyed this so much. However, we have to close out, but in closing out, I still want to answer your questions that you had. So I'm going to ask Rufus and Dr. Sanchi, as you close and give your recommendations, that you also address the question, which I'm going to remind you. So for Rufus, the question was about youth patent rights for the innovative agriculture technologies that they come up with. And for Dr. Sanchi, the healthcare products that you did in India. So with that, you know what you have, but I'm gonna first start with Sina so that she can give her recommendations, and then we'll move to Dr. Sanchi and then Rufus for your recommendations.
Thank you, Jasmine. So as a closing, I think my takeaway for this morning's session and all the discussions and inputs that we've heard is really actually a call for action. I think we're at a stage urgency. Everyone knows what's happening. We have solutions out there. We have information. I think also the presentation from Nimet was quite interesting, saying we have all this information, the challenges, bringing it down. I think the questions that came up today, or just now, even for this panel, were also all around the aspect of, so what do we do now with all this information that we have? How can we make the pilots that exist and upscale them? And how can we bring the information from, let's say, the top down to each and every practitioner, the processors, the farmers? And I think, I mean, I've mentioned it just now in one of the responses, small collaboration pockets on local level can be a good start. But Rufus, you also mentioned it, the larger scale coordination of all the stakeholders on the state, but also national level, of course, are also important to make sure we're not running all in different directions, 795 directions, but actually all in one direction. And to bring it back, I think this circular economy approach that we're really supporting provides us with a good framework to actually make an opportunity out of the challenge that we currently have, and basically jump some of the development steps and really get ahead of the curve. And the potential is there. And how can we get there? It's for each and every one of us to play our part, and also to communicate in each step that we take what the benefits are, because using these climate smart practices, using circular approaches has economic benefits. There are economic benefits in each of these steps, in reducing waste, in reusing waste, in retaining material, not using virgin material. And these economic benefits are what might enable us to actually jump and make this development jump. And I think it's also a call, of course, to action from the development partner side in our collaboration. I think we've all understood that, and we're already coordinating our efforts. Also from the government side from the policy side, I think Nigeria has very good policies. It's also the implementation of those policies and trickling down to state level. Also from the regulation side, looking at, for example, the aspects of packaging. Other nations are moving away from packaging. In Nigeria, we have all these open markets selling loose grains. Is there a way of certifying loose grains and not going into packaging in the first place? And basically, avoiding the loop that others have to do and making economic losses through that. And Nigeria has that potential. And from my side, I think we can make use of this opportunity. But of course, the private sector and financing was mentioned as well. We need to bring those with the money on board. We need to show them what has worked and ensure that they invest into those solutions that follow the principles that we've been mentioning. And I think that's key. There's a lot of investment still going into the as usual and scaling up what we've been doing in the past, but we need to channel the funds into those solutions that are really climate smart and that are circular. I think I would leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sachi.
Thank you. So two things, right? One is on the product and then my parting thoughts. On the product side, yes. So we partnered with the manufacturer of one of these, mission-oriented organizations looking to give a woman, more access to good quality, affordable sanitary pads. So we partnered with them. And the model that we have in the same way that we develop agri-entrepreneurs, we develop social entrepreneurs. So we identify from the rural communities where we work, because of our footprint, we already know the people there and we know who would be, who's, energized about doing something like this. So what we do is we order the product as a foundation. We give them, 2-3 boxes, and then we say, you sell it, keep the profit and return the capital cost back to us. So we finance the working capital. And that way they can build their own small businesses while enabling women in the community to access better products. In the instances where we've done health checks, we have actually hired nurses or invited doctors and nurses either on a voluntary basis or a paid basis to come with us to the villages and do the health assessments. Just to keep it short, my parting thoughts. I mean, of course, I'm very thankful to Sahel for this opportunity. It's been great working with Ndidi, Kemi, and the team. The first thing I did when I landed was to have a Chapman. It's the one drink that I love. I'm also really pleased. If you look at your bags, you see there's a pack of jollof rice flavor. I'm going to try that as soon as I get back home. So, thank you so much for the opportunity for interacting with you. I would say agricultural transformation is possible. Okay, we just have to think differently and approach it differently. The policies are all there. It's just taking it, bite-sized to farmers in an implementable manner. That, if anything, is, I think, the most critical of all the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my parting word would just be that we need to prioritize 3 important things: agriculture, youth, technology. Agriculture, it's the main sector that we have now that provides the largest amount of source of livelihood for our population. 200 million people and still growing. We can't feed ourselves. We're relying on importation of food. We need to act now more than ever if we must feed ourselves. Average family is spending about 56.7% of their income on food alone. What is left for other things in the family? Youth, I would say that include both young men and women. Our smallholder farmers are aging. An average smallholder farmer in Nigeria now is more than 60 years old. The young ones are not interested in agriculture because we're not making it attractive enough to them. We need to do more to attract them, not just to be farmers, but also provide support services for smallholder farmers, extension services, financial services, market access, and the likes. And technology, we cannot unlock the potential in our own agriculture. We'll continue to underperform if we can't unlock technology that is required there, mechanization services that is required, climate-smart agricultural solutions that can help them thrive and survive well, extension services as well that we can support. So I think those are the 3 things. And to address your question quickly, yes, we are prioritizing patent right for a lot of the ag tech that are coming up. It used to be a big issue in the past, but today you can see a lot of thriving ag tech in Nigeria, and government has really tried to make it easier for you to have the patent right to some of your innovation and solutions that you're providing. And we are more than happy today that one of us that has been in this struggle for many, many years is now the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Honorable Minister Bosun Tijani. So we are very hopeful that we'll get it right in this administration. Thank you.
Excellent. And as we close out, we want to say thank you, everyone, for allowing us to have this panel. Thank you, Sahel Consulting, for giving us the opportunity to have this conversation. I want to also add that private sector is important as we're doing anything that we're doing, connecting with public, private, and also with donors and making sure that we're collaborating effectively. So thank you, everybody. Innovations should stay on your mind and make sure that that is your way forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we celebrate our panelists from the innovation panel? Yes, please. I think we can do better with our claps. If you enjoyed that session, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Sina, Dr. Sachi, Mr. Rufus, and also our able moderator, Miss Jasmine. All right. We see your faces, and I know there's something everybody wants right now, but don't say it out loud, but I know that it is time for that. But first of all, I want to appreciate you all for your cooperation. Please put your hands together for yourselves. You have been the best audience we've had since the beginning. Thank you for your engagement to those online and also to those on site. So right now, I'm going to be making two very important announcements. Very important announcement. We've heard from the public sector. We've heard from the private sector talking about the innovation. There's a lot. And Mr. Ruffles said something. He said, let innovation stay on your mind. Now, I initially said that this is not a conference where we're just sitting and we're just listening. We have another session where everyone here is going to be focused on solution. That's the breakout session. But before we go to the breakout session, we have 7 breakout sessions that will be happening in different halls in the same auditorium, not this auditorium, but in the same building. And I'll list out the 7 halls. And while we're going for that breakout session, we're also going to have a short break where we can grab coffee, look through the exhibition. We have 2 exhibition booths, one by the left and one at the other side. Several things. We have entrepreneurs who are showcasing a lot of innovation in the sector. We just talked about innovation. There's something everyone needs to see. It is there's a dwarf millet that is a new innovation that is out here. How many of us have heard or seen the dwarf millet? Okay, just so that means I feel everyone here has to find their way to that. We have a lot. We also have superfoods from different entrepreneurs. We also have a Nigerian-made chocolate. You need to see them, and not just see them, you need to test them and also support our entrepreneurs. So it's going to go this way. While we're stepping out, I'm going to announce the breakout session, the workshop session. We have 7 of
My good friend. Yes, they show me your friend. Tell you how. Oh, my friend. I know fitting guy. It was the good times we shared. Never ever forget. I will never forget.
They say blood is thicker than water. Some friends are loyal than brothers. The two are run to when life sometimes gets hard. I know you have a talk behind my back. I pray and long. My friend fucking with the wrong guy. I may not have money, but with you I, my friend. Some family don't judge you. I may have money, but with you, my friend.
Hey, mama, my good friend. Yes, they show me your friend. Tell you how. Oh, my friend. I know fitting right. It was the good times we shared. Never ever ever forget. I will never forget.
They say Blood is thicker than water. Some friends are loyal than brothers. The two are wrong to when life sometimes gets hard. I know the talk behind my back. I pray and I long. My friend, for you did the wrong guy. I may not have money, but with you I, my friend. Some family don't check you. I may have no life with you. It's my friend.
run us through the various groups so that if you're yet to make a decision, you can decide what group you want to join. So to refresh us on what I said initially, the first group is nutrition and climate, impact of climate change on availability and diversity of nutritious food. It is happening here in the hall. It is facilitated by the GAIN team. The second group is the role of PPPs in promoting inclusive scaling pathways for agribusinesses. It's happening at the back, the second hall. You can see the demarcation. So please, we can start heading to the breakout rooms. The third group is enhancing the resilience of livestock farming by promoting sustainable production practices in Nigeria. If you step out, you'll see the ushers leading you to group 3. So just ask any usher and they will lead you to the hall where your session is taking place. The fourth group is building a resilient supply chain by improving food storage infrastructure. It is facilitated by Professor Sani Latif. The fifth group is innovating financing, boosting smallholder farmers' access to resources, markets, and technology. The sixth group is the role of early warning systems in building a resilient food system. The seventh group is addressing security challenges in farming communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we want your cooperation. Can we start heading to the breakout session? We're still going to have more time for interaction and networking during lunch, but for now, it is time for breakouts. I would appreciate your cooperation. So look at the signposts, either outside or inside, for emphasis sake. For emphasis, group 1 is here in the hall. Group 2 is at the back. So you see a demarcation. So if you're interested in group 2, I'll repeat the different groups so that we can know which one we're interested in joining. Group 1 is nutrition and climate, impact of climate change on availability and diversity of nutritious food. It is here in the hall. Group 2 is the role of PPPs in promoting inclusive scaling pathways for agribusinesses. It's at the second hall. You can see the demarcation. So if you're interested in this topic, please move to group 2. Group 3 is enhancing the resilience of livestock farming by promoting sustainable production practices in Nigeria. When you step outside, you're going to see the ushers, you're going to see indicator leading you to group 3. So if you're interested, and from group 3 to group 7, it is holding at the other auditorium. So just move to the left-hand side, to the other part of the hall, and you're going to identify your group. The fourth group is building a resilient supply chain by improving food storage infrastructure. The fifth group is innovating financing, boosting smallholder farmers' access to resources, markets, and technology. The sixth group is the role of early warning system in building a resilient food system. Group 7 is addressing security challenges in farming communities. So thank you very much. We appreciate your cooperation. Do well to engage in those breakout groups, share your ideas, share your thoughts, contribute. I would convene back in this hall. So we'll come back here, we'll reconvene to share summaries from our various discussions. Okay. Thank you all for your cooperation. The time for the breakout session has started, and I can see some facilitators already ready to share value.
Not together with the up. Good. There's a panel here. Yes. Well, they're all in the front.
Just a bit compact.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think let me just suggest that those to the extremes, let's all move to perhaps the middle row. Okay, no, the second row now. Yeah, so that we're a bit together, and those who join us later can go behind. Most especially because there's another session going on behind, so that we're not interrupting the sessions. So my name is Joyce Akpata, and I head policy and advocacy for GAIN in Nigeria. It's a privilege to have you join us at this breakout session that will be focusing on the nutrition and climate, the impact of climate change on availability and diversity of nutritious food. For those who do not know us, we are the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. It's a Swiss-based foundation launched in the United Nations in 2002 to tackle human suffering caused by malnutrition. GAIN strategy aims to transform food systems to make healthier diets from sustainable food systems more available and accessible to all people, especially the most vulnerable. By 2027, we aim to improve the access of 1.5 billion people to nutritionally enhanced staple foods. We also do aim to improve access of 25 million people to healthier diets and support positive food systems transformation across 10 countries where we do work. This is a very bold and complex goal, and the only way to achieve that is to work together with partners, and partners mean government, businesses, academia, civil society, to see how collectively we're able to address this challenge. While our primary mission is to ensure nutritious and safe diets to all people, okay. Sorry for the break in transmission. So while our primary vision or mission is to ensure nutritious and safe diets for all people, we believe that if we want to achieve this long-term goal, we need to address environmental sustainability within the food system. And we do acknowledge that the context of climate change and associated issues will make our mission even more challenging in the years ahead. So we're deliberate now and consciously taking action to incorporate environment more deeply into the work that we do. So thank you for joining us. And let me use this opportunity to invite the moderator for our session, Ms. Tokoni Ingeri Bika, who is the CEO of InCot Global Services, which is involved in environmental consulting and solutions, to take on the panel session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, nice. Ah, that was stressful. So it was actually throwing me off my game. Anyway, so like I was saying, healthy diets may involve reduction in consumption of certain groups of foods and trying to make it up from maybe plant-based foods, because we know that one of the major um, uh, methane emitting practices is actually under animal husbandry or livestock farming. So if we're looking at healthy diets, we may be saying do more of this, less of that, and that will impact on the economy of a particular kind of practice. So, but if we're talking about trade-offs, we must also talk about the synergies that will take us to the promised land. And this many sustainable agricultural practices such as agroforestry, like I've mentioned earlier, regenerative agriculture, and precision farming can help sequester carbon, improve soil health, and enhance resilience to climate change while also increasing productivity and food security in the long run. So you see the nexus there is in the farming practices that we adopt. The mantra now is changing from what we used to do to looking at a holistic kind of approach that will give us sustainability, will give us diverse food sources, will give us a cycler kind of economy or cycler kind of operations that one is feeding the other, so that at the end of the day, you now have the climate smart agriculture that you want, and you also have the food security, because you are now doing many things in your land, and that means you're also de-risking your operations and also building resilience, because if this one fails, the other one goes up, and then that will now ensure food security and also dietary diversity for you. Thank you very much.
Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ma. I was actually going to ask you if there are going to be trade-offs, but you already addressed that. So, however, I'll come back to you, but thank you very much for that. So the next question would be addressed to climate change. We're talking nutrition and then we're talking climate change. Climate change happens to be actually the focus of like the center of all discussions at the moment. So, sir, my question to you is, food systems are significant contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, as we have established. In our ongoing efforts to mitigate the adverse effects of agricultural practices on our environment, how can we reduce the carbon footprint of food production and distribution while ensuring food security and nutrition? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's good we are here. We want to appreciate the organizers for giving us this platform to interact on this very important subject matter, climate change. The question centered on three basic elements: food production, the chain, and security. The first speaker has addressed sufficiently some of the points I have to mention. I may not need to repeat them. First, we need to appreciate the fact that truly agriculture and climate change are two inseparable elements, that climate change play a very, very great role when it comes to food production, food distribution, and the nutrition therein. One of the ways we will address some of these issues is sustainable agriculture. As my director has said, sustainable agriculture. Now, in sustainable agriculture, what are the elements?
you will need to work on even the soil itself. You need to work on the inputs, on the agricultural inputs. This means for you to have sustainable agriculture, you will even consider the soil you're working on. You need to consider crop rotation. You need to consider less chemical inputs onto the soil. This can bring about sustainable agriculture and good distribution. Other thing I need to mention is local sourcing. We have to make deliberate effort if we really have to, if we must have a sustainable agriculture, we must make deliberate action. We must make commitment to say we want to have an agriculture that is sustainable. So we as a people, we need to go local, patronize locally produced agricultural products. If that is done, that will mean you would have reduced the amount of transport that you would have used to import agricultural products from other countries. And when you cut down your transport cost, you are cutting down emission of GHG, greenhouse gases. So we need to, do I call it patriotic? We should be patriotic enough to say now we want to go local. Let's patronize our local rice, our local beans, and all the products. We have them in abundance. We don't need to really stress ourselves importing things that we have them readily and are affordable. So another issue we may need to consider is effective distribution chain. Effective distribution chain of agricultural products. We need to reduce wastages. How do we do this? Reducing, effective chain, distribution chain, you will want to combine your means of transportation. You may need to convert it. Convert means if you are transporting goods from a distant location, you may want to use means that is less in GHG emission. For instance, we are transporting rice from Kebbi down to Abuja using 20 trucks. You can go on rail. It will give you much less GHG emission. Because of time, let me just itemize them. Another way of having sustainable agriculture is renewable energy. You will have to employ renewable energy in the production of agricultural products. You use solar in drying, for instance, and other renewable energy factors, elements that will really go a long way in sustainable agriculture. So we need to work more on our renewable energies. Even, I have so many. Reduce food wastages. This is very important. I need to mention this, ma. Sorry. We need to reduce food wastages. You don't waste food. I remember, was it 2013 or thereabout, one of the team for World Environment Day was reducing food wastages. Even here, I've observed some. Even here, when we are taking this thing, you will pack and you will just take one piece of it and leave the rest. Why? Don't take what you don't need. And it should start from us into our families. Then we will be having sustainable agriculture. Maybe when I come back to the second question, I will now touch on some of these. Meanwhile, this is what I have to say within the very 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, staff, for those practical solutions, yes, to reducing carbon footprint and the food production and distribution. If we took anything away, we heard that we should reduce food waste starting from here. Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for him, please. So now I'll be going over to Mr. Godwin. And my question for you is that GAIN has been in the forefront of identifying and promoting steps towards sustainable food system transformation. Nigeria, like many other nations, faces unique challenges and opportunities in the space of nutrition and climate change, given GAIN's presence and work in the country. So please, what are some effective strategies and practices that can be adopted to make food systems more resilient to the impacts of climate change while supporting sustainable and healthy diets? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Thank you for that question. I want to say that the first two speakers have spoken very well. For us as an organization, we promote healthy diet for all. And so the impact of climate change on what we do is enormous. And so we have decided as an organization to take action. Can you all hear me now? Okay, great. So we have decided as an organization to take action on this. And hence we have an environmental working group that have come up with strategies that can help, which other organizations can also learn from. You might not be like a big organization, but you might have a small business, but there are other strategies that we have that you can learn from. And these strategies, I will be talking about them and also trying to see how we can contextualize them to our own local settings. So first and foremost, there's a gap here, and the gap is awareness. So most persons don't know about the impacts of climate change, and they don't even have an idea about what is resilient agriculture. So they don't even know what is happening to the food system currently. Someone just gets out there, goes to the farm, for example, as a farmer, you go, you cultivate, and you come back home. And then you're not really concerned about why am I having decrease in my yield? What is happening? You understand? So these things are very important. We should be very much aware. So there is a need for us to have advocacy. This advocacy, it's very important. In every summit or every program we find ourselves as an organization, we always have this advocacy. So one of our core strategy we promote is advocacy. And for us to do this, we are working with the Food System Summit to see how best we can promote strategies that mitigate against the impacts of climate change. Of course, if we don't do this, it will come back to us. Just like you said, there is a trade-off, definitely. So we need to really step up and work on this. And then we also have environmental screening tools. These tools are tools that we use to test what we are doing and what we plan to do. So these tools will tell us what our actions are as an organization. For example, if you're a farmer, you want to go to cultivate. Now, with this tool, you'll be able to sit down and ask yourself, am I supposed to use XYZ inputs? or am I supposed to use ABC input? What impact would this be to the environment, or what will happen to the food system when I go through this route? So the tool is something that also we can share with anybody that's interested, because it helps you to be aware. It helps you to be conscious of your actions, because most of the things that happen to the environment today are as a result of our actions as human beings. So if we don't take the right action now, we'll have the environment to fight tomorrow. So, and then there's other sustainable agricultural practices that he has talked about. These practices are key. If we don't act now, we'll have to cry tomorrow. So when we design programs as organization or as an organization, we ensure we work with partners who have knowledge of sustainable agriculture. And so everything, every activity they go into the field to implement, we ensure that it is in line with sustainable agriculture. For example, she did mention of the use of organic fertilizer. We're all going green now, everywhere. We're all running away from the inorganic fertilizer to ensure that we reduce our carbon footprint in the environment. So we need to look at all those areas. He has a long list to talk about. And these are things that if we don't act, we'll have a problem tomorrow. For example, I give you a perfect example. We promote the use of climate resilient crops. One of them is the biofortified crops. I know most of us must have heard about the biofortified crops. So these crops can withstand some of the rigors of these challenges that the climate change brings to us. So if we promote this kind of crops or these varieties of crops, we'll definitely be dealing or tackling with some of the impacts of climate change on our food system. And then also, very, very important, in our offices, we should be very, very conscious of how we do things. So we are reducing our environmental footprint in the office. For example, we are reducing the amount of papers you use. You reduce the amount of papers you use. Do you know why? Because these papers are gotten from trees. And when we keep asking for, when our demand for papers increases, what that means is that there is going to be deforestation. You're definitely going to fall more trees, cut down more trees, and then you'll be affecting the environment negatively. And then you also ensure that when it comes to packaging, I've seen a lot of businesses out there with different packages for their products. So when it comes to packaging, we should ensure that we use the right package that supports the environment, not that speaks against the environment. And then there's something that he mentioned that is very, very important. Must you travel? If you must travel, by what means? So these are very important. We want to reduce the carbon emission we have every day. Now, you're supposed to go to Kaduna, for example, and then the first question you need to ask yourself, I'm going to go to Kaduna by road, and then this car I'm going to enter is going to emit carbon dioxide, right? Good. So you ask yourself, must I travel? How important is this journey? Is this something I can do over the phone? Do I need to just sit down and set up a meeting?
inputs to the hub. The off-taker comes, he picks it up, takes it away. At the hub, they still sell very improved inputs at the hub. So we have partnered with big companies that are into input supply. So they send their inputs to those hubs and they are marketed by the hub managers within the community. So the farmers don't have to travel long distances. This is now supporting the public sector extension services to provide extension services to the farmers. They are not enough, as I gave a data, 1 to 10,000. That's too much. Right now, we have about 33 so far in the country. The country is very big. 33 in the country. Yes, thank you, said the whole of the country. So we need all of you so that we can, he's saying this time is not enough. You can see us later. We will tell you more about the model, and everyone here, I can assure you, you have a place in that farmers hub model. You have your own benefit, you have your own services you could render, you have the impacts that you could measure. So there is another interesting thing. We have technology also there. So everything is being tracked by an application. If the farmers come to buy anything, it's being uploaded there. You can even sit at home or in the offices and track the revenue. That revenue serves as records for the farmer or the hub manager, and he uses that to state a business case. So he now has records to show that, yes, this is my business transaction. We just pull that out from the eHub and show it to any company. Two of our hub managers were able to get tractor financing because of that. So they got tractor financing that they'll pay in 5 years with Hello Tractor and Heifer partnership. We have all these technologies. We are an aggregation point for every intervention, for every partnership that wants to support the smallholder farmers. Lastly, I was thinking, how can we work together? I think it's very important that we have a platform. Somebody mentioned that. We have a platform that everyone can stage what they can do, what they are doing, so that if there is any partner somewhere that is interested in what you're doing or is doing something similar or that needs your impact, can easily connect. And then we do much more together. Thank you very much for choosing to participate in this session. And we are still available to talk more after the session. If maybe you have any parting words.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I will tell you after. We have
Okay.
we have North
Madam
Central, we
Kango.
have Northwest, we have Southwest. Yes. So we have all across. We have in Abuja here. No problem.
Okay, madam.
Okay, I'm Professor Abigail Chirki
Okay.
from Federal University of Technology, Minna.
Okay.
From all that we have said,
Yeah.
I want to just mention that, of course, we need database. The former Minister for Agriculture, Dr. Akin Wumi, started farmers registration nationwide. Where are we? Do we still have the data? Have we captured new entrants into the farming business? And we have talked, we have different private sector people here. What are we doing to mentor the younger generation? And most of the private organizations have their presence in towns and cities where there are learning institutions. What are we doing to catch them young? I mean, our students. Are you giving them opportunities for internship so that they will be knowledgeable about the current happenings in the agricultural sector? Those are my people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just to add to that.
Okay, no, allow this lady. To make it, we are trying to make sure that all this we are talking about, let it jump happy. We have been attending workshop every and the coming one technology.
Why not look into agro-worship?
Outgrowers.
Agro-worship. The same agro-worship tallies with that of cluster group. That agro-worship, come up with what you are talking about now. Hop. Who takes care of the hop? Is it the type of the other one now that using the for that? Make sure that you form agro-worship in a particular community. You get some group of people. If they crop it, man is there, maize, rice, seed, etc. Give them inputs. You make it. Seed companies and the farmers, commercial farmers, they are now tapping into that system of agro-worship.
Cooperative.
Not
cooperative.
Agro-worship belongs to each individual.
Yes.
It belongs to private. It's all government. Give it to, just like the one that happened last month. They are looking for it. Any government, they go to the market and buy rubbish.
Grain.
But they don't go to the
seed companies.
Seed companies or the main Sanjeta that have been us some years ago. You don't see that. So now give it to them. The real chemical, not through the government. If government wants to do that, let them do that. But you pass this through the farm sec. The farm sec to local government chairman. So inform what we call agro-worship system.
Okay.
You guys should get their
okay.
Back. Thank you very much. The crux of the matter here is that we're trying to see how government has stayed away for so long, and it's their responsibility that they cannot shy away from. So what can we do to make government involved in the process of agribusiness, food production, food security? So in as much as we're trying to help ourselves do our things as on our own, let's find a way to see how we can coop the government into the system, because they are the ones to give us the level playing ground. They are the ones that will help the process to work effectively. Yes, it might work with our union, our partnership, but when government is absent, sometimes it doesn't go as far as it's supposed to. And that is from experience.
Like what Oga was saying.
Yes.
You can't do anything without the ADPs. You must approach them. Okay, they may not make any commitment as of finance, but they are aware and they give you support. That one is enough. That's the point I'm looking at. Not, they don't have budget. Yeah. So, what do we now agree on after all the talk?
Sorry, who even has the attendance? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, what we have jotted down?
Yes.
Okay. So my colleague here too wrote down some things, but on the private sector side, I wrote clustering farmers for effective input and output logistics. I wrote health education farmers and stress management. I wrote a database for smallholder farmers that will include your land, your health status, and everything that concerns the farmer. Then the last but not the least, we talked about mentoring the young people to see that agriculture is a viable business that they can go into as well. And for the government, I said evaluate quality, evaluate land quality for smallholder farmers. So we need to have a national soil data that can inform us of what nutrients, what kind of plantings can we do in this area, what kind of crops are good, this is the soil status, these are the fertilizer or fertilization activities that we need to do on this part. Those kind of things, they are very robust activities that one organization or some private organization may not be able to handle. So government needs to come in that aspect to do that. Then if there are interventions, there should be interventions beyond just fertilizer. Is there anything I've missed out?
Okay, from all these points you mentioned, are we going to make commitment that within the next 9 months, we're going to implement it? Eh? Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And all of this will enhance public-private partnership. So you have an action plan for you. You see, Mr. Zed, come from that when government know that it's very difficult to acquire data and okay? That is their exclusive, that is their exclusive way of investment. Additional strategy, none of them, if data capture for farmers in Nigeria in one day, when you have that possible. At that time, we wrote to partner with them. They are coming up with the National Agricultural Data Management Commission. Up to today, that dream is still in their native, the subsisting policy document. Okay, so I am thinking if you have to plan input, intervention, all of these things we have said, all of them depends on this. And all you need to do is just to go query the data. I need social farmer here, and you get all of them. So if our discussion here will be meaningful and it's going to channel to the appropriate authority, when we stay here, when we come back here next year, which I know we are going to come back here and still have a breakout section like this to lament, why don't we now say, convey to the government, the actors here want to relate with data. And so by next year, be able to, the government should be able to say we have acquired social data, acquired social data, we are still upscaling, and you can use this. At least let it be one of the takeaway that we are going to give the government. It's an area of a major investment, data capturing and maintenance. For me, I think that is very good.
How people see that, like there's something the restaurant like to do in terms of data capture. Now, one request around every farm factors, cocoa growing community, and then they have their common, they capture data of everyone, so that every year, as far as you bring in input and sell to exporters, and then exporters takes it to wherever the cocoa factories are, or agri making or chocolate factories are, and then they come down to compensate the farmers. They rely on those data. So I think if you form something like this, if you already have students and students don't have that data based on whatever news you have, is it possible for us to have that? And then have people on ground who go to various farms in Niger, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Akwa Ibom State, and then capture these farmers, particularly have them on that database. Because once you rely on the government, now people like us, that's the cocoa section. We are going into farming per se. We've acquired land in Akwa Ibom State, we've acquired land in Cote d'Ivoire State. And then we are looking for collaboration from different people, big companies, different organizations, and all of that. When it's difficult to get, we are self-funded. So how do we get funds to be able to carry out all of these projects? Those are things I felt like we're going to discuss with like this, so that we can know the way forward. Because we already have our land, like people are there who have gone, spoken with the community, we've done all the arrangements. We lack machineries to go into the land, farm land and plow. About 5 hectares. And those are things that you cannot do with manual clearing, with machinery. So how do we get access to this machinery? And then we talk about insurance. How do we insure some of our crops? Because one, we talked about the soil influence and having a database where you can identify different soil types in different states. You cannot just rely on one data alone. You have to be there present to take soil samples,
Because there's a particular nutrient that is present in the soil in Cote d'Ivoire that is not present in Akwa. It's equally not present in the north. So how do we get all of this information under one database to be able to manage those things and know what and what input to send to different states to be able to be beneficial to farmers?
Thank you.
Somebody wants to say something. Another lady here.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Want to do something again? Okay.
Good afternoon. I think Mr. Gideon is not hearing.
Processing of ginger
Okay.
products, soya beans, onion, moringa, baobab. I would like to talk about interventions in food processing, getting upgraded to process this farm produce. This way, our goal is to solve the problem of malnutrition. We can partner with governments, like for this homegrown school feeding programs, we can solve the problem of malnutrition. When we get upgraded equipment to improve our production capacity. And also, we'll be in return, we'll be able to solve food security. So we'll be able to produce export quality grains.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think okay, the key takeaway from this meeting, one is on the issue of data. Okay, so we all agree that we have issue with data in Nigeria. We don't have good data. Without data, you cannot plan. Okay, so we are going to convey
farmers' data.
Okay,
We should qualify.
farmers' data. Farmers.
The other data should find their way.
You said?
And get it.
Okay.
How many of you are in Nigeria? You don't know. Agro dealers, how many of you are remember? You don't know. And where is the concentration? Where is the concentration? All these things I don't know. That is part of our thing. That let's not have the down sort of back. Because government does things when they want. If they will tell you today, they will do that. You know, the last data was captured during additional through the cellular organization, whereby subsidy is being found to farmers. But they have been operating different interventions. We don't know why they got that data. You understand? Why did they even the recent one, they have popular farmers? How many are the president of the association? How many are that farmers? Understand? So we have a problem of data. MPS are fine, but they need to try more. So we have to take away that we encourage MPS to update and update their data with the money annually. So data is our problem in Nigeria. And if we don't have the adequate data, we cannot plan. That's one of the reasons.
In case of data.
Yes.
That's what we are doing now for. We instead involved on SMEs instead. Like it is by according to cropping. If you are into maize, rice, all the crops, so we send our desk officers. These desk officers are the same people from that cluster group. Each local government, they have anybody from here. We have sent to them 5,500 last years ago. Last year, we sent. This year, they demanded for 8,000 farmers. They have uploaded to them now up to 6,000. Now it's only left for Borogu. They have problem. The extension of Tadia has not released to their database. They released their database. The one they call Google something. So they upload it to them. So that by before next year, although they want to do that before next year, they will now do what they call EOP, economic of production, EOP. But because the one of last year, we are having the EOP for each hectare for rice, for instance, 25,800 naira. On large, EOP of like 25,800. So as time goes, those things increase. So now they do the EOP to know how much it takes for each hectare of social crop. And now monetize directly to the farmers. In that data, gender, location, type of crop.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
I think
I'm not getting response. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. How was the breakout session? Okay, so for those of us still having our sessions, time is up. Ushers, help us get everyone back to the hall.
So you can make 10 papers to do that for you. So that's how that. Even Agra is operating now. That's the same system. I do the same thing. So they don't
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so welcome back. Hope you all had a productive and engaging session. If you had a productive and engaging session, say aye. If you know you did not really enjoy it, say nay. So the ayes have it. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? Okay, so we're going to have the summaries from the discussions. Now, we had to have different breakout sessions because we wanted everyone to have a say, to be able to, focus on the areas of their interest, contribute, come up with solutions. Remember, our theme is rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change. And what we're focused on is scaling innovation and driving urgent public-private partnership action. So action is key. If we speak every English here without having actionable steps, then I'm not sure we have achieved our aim for today. So we're going to have every facilitator from the various breakout sessions. They will come up here on stage, and then we would have another moderator who I would hand over to drive the conversations. But I just want us to put our hands together as we make welcome back to the stage our facilitator for group 1. We had nutrition and climate, and we had impact of climate change on the availability and diversity of nutritious food. It was facilitated by the GAIN team. Please, can we have one of the team members up on stage from GAIN? Please, let's put our hands together. If you were in group 1, you should be repping your facilitator. Group 1, is that how you celebrate your facilitator? Okay, thank you. So group 2, we had the role of PPPs in promoting inclusive scaling pathway for agribusiness. It was facilitated by Mr. Isaiah Gabriel, Country Program Manager, Syngenta Foundation. Can we put our hands together for him? Group 2, rep your facilitator. Please come up on stage. We need you to sit on this. Thank you. I believe that's group 1. Thank you very much. Group 2. Okay, please can we get the facilitator for group 2? Then for group 3, we had building a resilient supply chain by improving food storage infrastructure, enhancing the resilience of livestock farming by promoting sustainable production practices in Nigeria. And that session was facilitated by Mrs. Winnie Solarin, Director, Department of Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Please, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Winnie. Group 3. By your clap, I would know, aha, I like that, better. Okay, so for group 4, we had building a resilient supply chain by improving food storage infrastructure. It was facilitated by Professor Sani Latif, Executive Director, Nigeria Stored Products Research Institute. Can we put our hands together for Prof? For group 5, we had innovating financing. I stopped by that group and I saw a lot of persons. So I expect that your round of applause should be more thunderous than that of every other person. So the group 5 was innovating financing, boosting smallholder farmers' access to resources, market and technology. It was facilitated by Ms. Susan Essien, the Deputy Country Director, Netherlands Development Organization. Group 5, you're not repping very well. Okay, thank you. Group 6, we had the role of early warning system in building a resilient food systems, facilitated by Mr. James Adamu, the Chief Agricultural Meteorologist, Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. Please can we put our hands together for him? Group 7, we had 2 facilitators. I don't know if we have both of them here. Group 7 was addressing security challenges in farming communities. It was facilitated by Mr. Adekoya Onyekachi, CEO PR24, and Dr. Ignatius Agaronwai, Product Placement Lead at the International Crop Research Institute. Can we put our hands together for them? Group 7. Okay, please. Thank you. So to moderate this session where the facilitators will share their summary is someone we all know and someone we love, admire, and respect so much. She is the Board Chair of Sahel Consulting, the founder of Africa Food Changemakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking of no other person than Ndidi Wineli. Please, we can do better with our clap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This session is our last session of the day, and we're standing between you and lunch. But I think it's the most important session because if you remember, for those who came on time, when Tammy did his opening remarks, he said between last year and this year, this is what we were able to accomplish. I think Nigerians are tired of talk shops, right? If you're tired of a talk shop, raise your hand. We're tired of conferences. We're tired of talk shops. We want action. And this distinguished leadership up here are going to be demonstrating to us the action that's coming out of today. And I'm a strict and tough moderator. So I don't want pie in the sky. I want what are you going to be held accountable for between this year and next year? So that when we come back here next year in a bigger hall, with more stakeholders, you're going to come up and say, this is what we were able to achieve. So we're going to basically give each group 5 minutes to share with us, not what you deliberated, but what the next steps are, okay, for your group and what we can hold your group accountable for, because we want it to be tangible. And if you please can share with us who is going to do what, by when, and what they're going to accomplish. That makes it even more practical. Is it clear? So don't say, I'm being clear, I'm being very tough. I don't want you to say we're going to solve poverty and hunger in Nigeria without telling me by when, which dates, what dates, how much money you need, who is going to do it. Do you understand? So let's be very, very practical. And one of the things we would love to do is to see how we can partner here. So if you can say it's going to be SMV working with Sahel, working with the Ministry of Agriculture, and this is what we're going to accomplish, that would be fantastic. One practical example that came out of here is that last year, Deji Adebisoye of Sahel Capital moderated a session on financing. And it was very clear that the bankers in the room didn't understand how to finance agriculture. So a key takeaway was, let's have a session with bankers. The agri desk of every bank should meet with us and let's talk about what it takes to finance agriculture, right? And guess what? They did that. And we're starting to see some improvement. So that's a practical next step. So at this point, I'm going to start with group one. Just take it away. Let's give her a round of applause, group one.
Thank you very much, Ma. So group one was facilitated by the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. And our session was in the form of a panel discussion. So we had 5 panelists from the Ministry of Agri, Department of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment. We had a youth representative. We had someone from the civil society organization, and we had someone actually from the organization GAIN itself. And what we came up with from the Ministry of, I'll start with contributions from the Ministry of Agri is that we're going to be enhancing R&D, that's research and development. They're also going to create a food system dashboard. Then they're also going to be promoting the use of solar energy in agricultural production to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. So that's for environment. There are a lot actually, but due to time constraints, I'll just go over to environment. Ministry of Environment, they're going to be establishing a robust collaboration with GAIN. They're also going to facilitate establishment of climate change nationwide. It even said from next week, I think from the 17th, they're going to be having like a wide awareness campaign on climate change, because in reality, a lot of people do not even understand what this climate change thing is about. So, and the Department of Climate Change is going to be running a nationwide campaign next week. It begins next week. That was one of the things that we took away from that. And then there were so many others, as I said. Then Mr. Olumide from the civil society, his contribution is for us to promote finance locally, climate finance locally through market linkages. So we're going to be promoting market linkages in order to generate finance and funds for climate change, basically. Then another thing was to strengthen climate information system. That's a recommendation from one of the speakers in the morning session. He talked about, that's the person from NIMET, yeah. So we need to work more closely and improve on that, or on the already good work they're doing. And then the last person from the youth constituency, Mr. Aziz, we need to include young people. We cannot be taking decisions for young people without including them. So there is need for young people's inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to give Gain some homework, right? You don't work at Gain.
No, I don't.
You don't. So since Gain was facilitating, who is here is from Gain? Raise your hand. So Gain, we're going to give you homework. Because as you know, we actually have to present a report from this conference to all our partners with clear action steps. So we already know that GAIN helped launch the food systems dashboard and the sub-national food systems dashboard. And the question is, how can we increase the knowledge, awareness, and usability and link it with climate? So all these ideas that came out are very high level. So GAIN's homework is to actually make them more practical. What can we come back here a year from now to say we've achieved in this area around climate, nutrition, and ecosystem solutions? So can I hold you accountable? I know Michael is not feeling well. He sent his apologies, the country director, but we have to hold GAIN accountable for delivering on this roadmap, because nutrition and climate are interlinked. And GAIN, I served on the board of GAIN. I just resigned, so I know GAIN very well. So I think we have to hold them to a higher standard of what they're going to be bringing to the table, and we'll share it with all members of the committee. So let's give you a round of applause, but we know that we can't be too tough on you, because you were just co-opted to do this. All right, you're group 3. So where is group 2? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Ma. Yes, our group will talk about the role of a public-private partnership in scaling the role of public-private partnership in promoting inclusive scaling pathway for agribusiness. From that group, we outline some key important elements. The first one, which I know you're going to throw back to me, is on the issue of data. So because in agribusiness, you can't do anything without data. Data is very fundamental. Data in terms of number of seed companies we have in the country, list of agro dealers, number of list of farmers, and all of that. We don't really have robust data in the country. So we now agree that maybe we'll have to talk to Temi, because I don't want you to throw it back to me. but we can take the lead, okay, to see how we can reach out to NBS to see how we can update those information and pass it across next year. Okay. Number 2 was on the issue of access. Okay, the major challenge of smallholder farmers is access to quality input, access to information, even access to mechanization and insurance. So we have the Farmers Hub model that the foundation is promoting across the country. So we got some partners who are ready to partner with us to see how we can scale up, having more Farmers Hub across the country. So our farmers will have access to information, have access to insurance, have access to soil testing diagnostic tools, all of that. So we have reached out to the partners and they're ready to collaborate with us on that. The last one, which I feel is not too important, is we also agree that set up a WhatsApp group where we can discuss, because the issue of private-public partnership is not one of. We need to continue engaging and discussing and fine-tune the model and how to see that process work for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I really like the fact that you identified data. You know, for the last 5 years, I've had a dream. And this is one practical thing from what you said, that we can have a website that has a map of Nigeria. So if I click on Anambra State, I can see and zoom in on this local government. I can see who's planting what. I can see where the agro dealer is. I can see where the off-takers are. I can see where the processors are. For the state, I can click on insurance. I can see who the insurance ag providers are. Can't we do it?
Yeah, we can.
We can.
Yeah. With support of Sahel.
I really think it's so easy to do. And people will be uploading and we can vet. Because, I mean, what we started with African food change makers, we're doing across Africa, where you can search by value chain and find funding. You can search, why can't we do it in Nigeria? So can we do, which agency are you with, sir?
Syngenta Foundation.
So Syngenta Foundation is committing to doing this. Who else can sign up to do this with us? Raise your hand. Sahel Consulting will partner. Who else? FMAT, okay. Nisprig, very good. Who else? I hope you're noting down the names. IITA, okay. Can we get any funders in the room to say they'll fund it? Huh? Any funders with an interest in this data piece? We'll follow up with the funders. They don't want to raise their hand. Okay, so that's a very practical one, because guess what? Agro dealer networks, Agra, in fact, let's put Agra down as a potential funder.
Okay.
Right? I sit on the board of Agra. I'm not committing Agra, but let's see. Because I believe this is low-hanging fruit. Where are the agro dealers? Why do I have to look for seeds and fertilizer in my state if I'm a farmer? Why do I have to look for a tractor if I want to rent one? Right? So let's do that map, and it's very easy to do and to update regularly.
Okay.
Okay, so that's very practical, and we can say that by next year, we would have done it.
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic.
Wow.
No, we're not going to be looking. The data is there. It's putting it in one place. Okay, what department is that? Farm Input Support Services. So is the director here? The director is here. Fantastic. So we have everything we need. You have the data, we have the programmers, the technology, we have the private sector. Together we can create this map. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes. On this same idea. Okay, go ahead. Is there any microphone for her, please? Do you want to just shout until they bring it?
When you talk about the smallholder farmers, I think you look at the cooperatives, because we group them in cooperative groups and we have their database. The only one of the constraints is that we have not been able to update them, but we also have a database for cooperative groups.
Fantastic. So we have the cooperatives, we have the agro dealers, right? We have the private sector operators, and we need it in one location. And we need to find ways to vet it so that that data is live and relevant. So we'll be depending on both units to work with the private sector to do this. So thank you. I hope after today, when we call you, we won't be looking for you. Huh? Please write down their names. Where are my Sahel team members? Get their phone numbers. Take their pictures. All right, Madam Winnie.
The other one's on the farmers hub.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Group 3, we looked at enhancing the resilience of livestock farming by promoting sustainable production practices in Nigeria. Very interesting group. I'll just go straight to what actions we see in the next 1 year. Clearly, we said we needed to key into the dry season farming for pasture. We have said it here, irrigation. And for this, NAPRI will provide the seeds. We support NAPRI to provide seeds, and Department of Animal Husbandry Services and some other Blue Blood, Livestock 247, and the rest will work together on this. Then building capacity of farmers, farmer education. We have Blue Blood and the Livestock 247, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, working on Coderan, working on this. So we say in the next 1 year, we are going to use all available media to send out information to farmers. What are they expecting in the next 1 year? Early warning. And then for early reaction, we tax the private veterinarians and the scientists in the house to liaise with their states, and we'll follow up on this to make their services available. At least let farmers know that these services are available and close to them. Then we looked at strengthening indigenous farmer knowledge. Okay, I've said that for early warning, early reaction. The first mile, we say farmers are first mile. First mile access to animal health care services and inputs. I've just said that, linked to the other one. So apart from creating awareness, also making available where they can find these services. Promote access to improved indigenous breeds of livestock to increase smallholder productivity through artificial insemination. We're in the Department of Animal Husbandry Services, we are already doing this. We'll partner with NAPRI, Coderan, and one other group here, AgroPerfect Solutions, to see that we make sure that we increase the number of farmers accessing artificial insemination. We looked at leveraging access to technology to drive the conversion of waste to animal feed and utilization of alternative feed resources and crop residues. For these, we said Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security will organize capacity building for farmers. We know we won't reach all farmers, but at least it's a step. We'll have this training on use of alternative feed resources and provide some of them with crushers and choppers, which we already have. It's not so, we don't have many, but we will make that available. And we will partner with Livestock 247, Coderan, AgroPerfect Solutions to achieve this. Then we looked at increased gender inclusiveness in all our operations. So we'll be tracking all the partners that we had in the room, what they are doing about this. So it's not just the number of farmers we have reached, we also will be disaggregating by gender and people living with disability. We looked at the resources that we will require for all of this. And we are committed to working with Sahel Consulting and the partners we have listed to have innovation platform. Innovation platform will help us link the first mile to the last mile. And we are tasking Sahel Consult. I know Sahel can do that. So that is one thing we say we need to do. We need to improve access to skilled human resources. We see that as key, and thank God the data is coming up. So we will support that data with compendium of skilled human resources that we have in the ministry. Access to finance and financial support and grants. We are also saying that we have a lot of people in the room today. We need to put up also how farmers can access grants. We know that we have grants. We don't know how to do that, but we felt it was important that we mention it. Who knows? Then market linkages. We said this will come out very strong when we talk about the innovation platform and the data platform you talked about. Then infrastructure for farmer clusters. We had people in the room who were willing to offtake milk, and Since they have some clusters, we will work to in the Department of Animal Husbandry Services in the 2023 budget. We see how we can provide infrastructure and then link them to existing infrastructure that we have scattered in the state. And then, of course, access to data. We have already mentioned that in the Department of Animal Husbandry Services, we have what we call Productive Alliance still being planned. So we'll be quite happy to partner with the discussion already on data. Data is so key. We need to have one-stop shop to get data for a lot of things. And we have models already, which I've shared with Sahel Consulting before. The Kenya model that tells you literally everything, where to plant. If you are living in any part of the country, what to plant at what time, what type of animal to keep, where to find services. I think that's what we are saying. So we will also look at that model working with Sahel Consulting. So that's what we agreed. I haven't looked at all the practices that we needed to have for poultry, for ruminants, for the livestock sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to have an expert leading the session. So thank you, Madam Winnie. I'm going to push you though, Madam Winnie, on two issues. Number one is you have a long list. So if you had limited funding, which we know we have, how would you prioritize? Because when we send the final reports to the ministers that have, told us to give them reports, we need to prioritize, right? Okay. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, I love the idea of an innovation hub, an innovation financing hub. And I think that's a very interesting one. And the question for us is, who will really contribute to that hub? And I think we should tax GIZ. I know that they have left, but when they presented today, they actually talked about the program they've been doing around alternative animal feed using cassava. So can we schedule a meeting between you and GIZ to talk about that innovation hub? Because I think the Germans have done a lot, KFW, BMZ, on innovation hubs. And that might be an entry point because the money is critical for many of the things that you've talked about. And public-private partnerships will really drive the sustainability of those interventions. So that I would ask for, number one, a prioritized list. And number two, if you had to think about which ones really depend on financing, which ones would you step down because of the limited funding we have in the ecosystem? Okay. Thank you. Let's give her another round of applause. And we want to open it up. If there's anybody from the audience who wants to challenge or question or add to what they've said, please do so. You had a full panel, group 4, on financing.
Yes.
Group 5.
Yes, the most interesting.
Sorry, 4 first. Let's hear from Professor Sani, yes, before, because everybody's talking about financing. So I hope that you're listening. Let's hear from Professor Sani.
All right. I want to thank my group. We had a very active group. We were looking at sustainable storage infrastructures. And number one critical action is we need to do documentation of existing appropriate storage infrastructures in Nigeria. And this we said we're going to do with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Sahel Consulting, and Nigerian Stock Product Research Institute. Institute can join, but that documentation is very important. The second critical one that we talked about is that there is the need for us to actually best bet storage in Lagos. I don't know whether we know the Kotu to here. All right. Yeah. So people like that.
And this, I'm glad you mentioned UNIDO, IFAD, FAO, because we need them here on this platform. But we also need to partner on this data. The same data platform we have can incorporate the storage facilities. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel even for the innovation platform. So I think we're seeing some synergies and some overlapping areas here. Professor Sani, I will still challenge you to prioritize. Remember, we have 12 months. So of the 6 ideas I think you listed, if you could only do 3, given limited resources, as we're extending our reports, which of the 3 would you do?
Yeah.
If you can please help us prioritize that, that would be very important. And then I think one of the things we would love to see is innovation around storage, because I think we're still doing very archaic storage methods in our country, right? Are silos still the best way to store some of what we store? And are large silos still the best way? It's a question. I don't know. You have something to add to that? Yes, please. The 2 people, just introduce yourself, make it quick, okay? Go ahead.
My name's Aliu Metas Isa. I'm the national president of National Onion Association. And I represent the subsector whereby we are recording about 50 to 60% post-harvest losses. I can remember the onion we harvest in April, it was being sold at that time for 10,000 naira. Now in the month of October, there in Sokoto, it is 100,000 naira. That is borne down to lack of effective storage facility. And we have institution or agency like NISFRI. In the whole of the onion producing belt, you cannot find any sophisticated model that you use to store your onion. I think we store 10 bags in the local facilities. Right now that it is 100,000, when I go back, I will just get maximum of 3 bags. So you wonder why a country where you produce 2 million metric tons in April and the product is 10,000 naira, and just in October, you are selling that product for 100,000, and an institution of NISPRI still exists. So I ask, I don't know if they exist as a national president.
Thank you very much. I think it's very practical to hear stories from the field. And we feel the pain that you feel. We do, because all of us buy onions. And onions have become like gold, right? But I can assure you about something. I think you don't know Professor Sani.
Apart from that, there's an information on what he has said.
Yes.
Based on your request, through the former chairman of House Committee on Agric, NISPRI started storage trial for the onions. And we are about to pilot it now. That is the stage we are. So we need to discuss. And I've told them in our section, you will know about NISPRI because NISPRI was the best research institute on post-harvest in the 70s. It was established in 1948 by the British government. It used to be in charge of any exportable materials to look at insects, pesticides of our commodity going to Europe or all this market. But SON and NAFDAC removed them. And who is the insect expert that we know that there's a pesticide in your cowpea? Nobody. So that is the repositioning of NISPRI that we have to do. A 75-year-old institute, very reputable, that people just put underdog.
Thank you. Thank you. But that's why I started off by saying you don't know Professor Sani. So Professor Sani is an action man. There are not many people like him in Nigeria. And I've worked with him for about 15 years, and I can tell you that we're so excited that he's at the helm of leadership of NISPRI because you're going to see change. Trust us on that, right? So when we come back here, I want you next year to tell us what has happened in the onion sector. Okay? Well done.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Bello. I'm the director of Normal Water Consult and also an academic at the University, Bayero University, Kano. So basically what I'm trying to look at is, we are looking at the government institution like NISPRI and some other. I think it's important we also look at the profitability of it. We've had in East Africa, I'm also working with Professor Sani and NRI on issue of post-harvest losses. This AMFIS, there's a platform for assessing cereal post-harvest. There's a database actually already on that. So basically what I'm trying to push out is that warehouse receiving system, I don't know if we're familiar with that. It's something that has worked in East Africa. And we believe that one of the first steps to do is to have is a council that oversees the activities of the warehouse system. And I believe USAID, some years back, I was supposed to work on that with the National Assembly. It was presented and then it was rejected. So I believe the warehouse system is important. If we have private sector participating in it, we don't have to depend on government to provide all these things. And the research institute can provide the technical backstopping, and the way the financing will be done by private sector. I believe that is more sustainable and it's also more profitable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think that's a comment. The warehouse receipt systems were introduced when we had Adesina as a minister. Unfortunately, with every subsequent government, it's almost like you throw away everything that was done, but we'll be pushing. So I have two hands, and I want to please crave your indulgence to make them quite quick. Let's hear from the man over there, and then we'll come to you, Madam Shugura. Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you, moderator. Shehu Ado is my name from Institute for Agricultural Research, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I'm surprised the onion issue came here. Actually, Institute for Agricultural Research for a long time had developed onion rack, which is used for storage of onion. And Sokoto is in Northwest Zone, which is under the jurisdiction of IAR. I think you may need to contact Institute for Agricultural Research. You will get sources of storage of onion where the local at small scale level and even at medium scale level. So that's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think your point is well noted, but there's a big gap between what is happening in our research institutes and what's happening in the market. That's a big gap. I can assure you as a private sector operator, and I'm also the co-founder of Ace Foods, and we make onion powder, that what he described is so real because of this gap. So all the great research that you've generated doesn't trickle down. The equipment is not available. I'm not kidding. And when we tried to, I mean, when we started Ace Foods, we went to NIHOT. How many of you know NIHOT? We wrote a letter. They said you have to write another letter. Come on. This is a private sector institution that needs your help. Do you understand? We went to FIRO. Bottlenecks, bottlenecks, bottlenecks. You're begging somebody to help you create jobs in Nigeria. So I feel his pain. So my brother, what we need to do is bridge the gap between the great research and the great minds in our universities and the private sector and the farmers, because right now we're living in two separate worlds and we can't meet. Do you understand? And you might not understand it unless you come and stand in the shoes of somebody who's lost 40 to 60% of their produce, which is a real thing. So let's bridge that gap, okay, with all the great research and the great work. Madam Shugura.
Thank you very much. Mine is on the warehouse receipt system. I know I joined the team that was working on that in 2004. About when we were working on commodity exchange. Now that bill has been in the assembly. I don't know, 2004 to now. Somebody should do the maths for crying out aloud. So I think the Abuja Commodity Exchange, AFEX, and all others that have open commodity exchange, together with the government agencies, need to go and push for to legislation of that, because it will really transform the system. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, very good point. So I sit on the board of the Nigerian Economic Summit. So let's take this on into NASBA. Temi, can you notice down this warehouse receipts bill that has been stuck for 19 years? It's 19 years. Let's take it on with NESG and see how we can push it, okay? So very practical. Let's come back here a year from now and say it's been pushed. Very good. Thank you, Professor Sani. You see a lot of excitement and interest and support for your work. Thank you, sir. All right, let's move on to financing.
Right, thank you. So safe to say we probably had the most engaging session. Of course, we're talking about money, right? So that is interesting. And then again, because we're talking about money, there's very little that people in the room could commit to doing. We have identified things that need to be done. Interestingly, we started from identifying the innovation already in the sector, right? We already agreed that there are a few institutions that have come up with ways to bridge the gap in financing. We identified the likes of Babangona, 1 Acre Fund, Thrive Agric, and a couple of others. We were fortunate to have Hello Tractor in the room as well, who are doing some sort of financing with tractors. The one thing I would say is the next step for scaling these is to, I think the suggestion was for us to have a database of these actors and to have some sort of credit risk guarantee, in the sense that every farmer that has collected a loan and has defaulted can be seen and known by another organization, because that's what's happening. Somebody takes from Babangona and defaults and then goes to Thrive Agric and other organizations like that. We identified that it's a good model, and on its own, they are scaling up, but for these risks. So, I mean, as SNV, we are also interested in innovative finance. We can take the lead technically to design what this kind of database or credit risk would look like. But I think the responsibility for it then goes beyond any individual organization. I'm not sure, you'll probably sit with maybe Ministry of Agriculture, or I don't know, it's an intersection. So we need to then define who best it will sit with, but we are happy to take the lead to design what that can be. Village Savings Loans and Association was also another model we spoke about, and there are many of them in the rural areas that have been developed by donor programs. Now, for it to scale, there's the one risk was cash, right? Most of them are handling cash. So it now needs to become digital, some sort of technology. There's an opportunity to introduce it so that they can, one, manage the risk of cash and scale it up. Well, we didn't have technology people in the room, and then bankers as well. So there's an opportunity here for people in the technology to look at this Village Savings Loans and Association and see what can be done, for bankers as well with their agents to see how they can target them. Then again, the ecosystem on its own is not favorable for these businesses, with farmer education, even their mindsets. Fortunately, we had people in the room from the Ministry of Agriculture, and there is a need for partnership between these organizations and the Ministry of Agriculture, so that they are helping them to educate and change the farmers' mindsets on credit and loan and what it means. And then lastly, I think about 85% of the people in the room were not even aware of these innovations. And so there's also the opportunity for all of us in the room who know about this to start to talk about it as stakeholders. The key players themselves need to do more about marketing what is available. And then also for the ministry to know who is doing what, so that there can be an avenue for plug in as well. And then generally partnership, again, within the sector. The Onions Association has offered to be a link to anyone who wants to fund that sector. So they know the people within, they know the players in the market, and they know the farmers. So you don't need to invest too much in KYC. You can go to their organization and they're happy to plug your finance to the farmers. If there are any other associations as well who would offer that, then that will be.
Thank you so much. So coming out of this, a few things. So there's already a credit registry and credit bureau that works with SMEs. So why can't we get them to also add on farmers? And they're very reputable. It's one actually called Credit Registry. So I'm happy to connect them to SMV to see if they can extend their services beyond SMEs. Because right now they work with all the banks. People were doing the same thing with the banks. I get a loan from GTB, I default. I get a loan from Access Bank, I default. So now they know. You just put in the name, Ndidi Muneli. We're not going to fund her. She's owing 5 banks, right? I'm not owing any bank. I'm just using it as an example. So that's an example. Let's leverage their services for credit, for the credit registry idea. I like the idea of cooperatives. I think we have the Potato Growers Association here. We have quite a few farmer associations here. Let's see if we can actually have a meeting between these association heads and some of the financing community, right? Can SMV help coordinate that? Sahel can host the meeting in our office. It's something we can do in partnership with FMAT and others this year. So that's another one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that, because I think what you've said is awareness. There's a gap between what is available and who knows. What we created at African Food Changemakers is a funding platform. So you can search by value chain and by country, and you see all the funding available. But most people are not literate and they're not on that platform, but it's a free platform. So let's do that.
Yeah, and to add as well, so there are many other players in the sector, but then they complain that everybody knows three. So when there are funding opportunities, it's going to one of the top three,
Yes.
and the other ones want to be known as well. So that's the way for us to replicate these. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And we have to increase the visibility of other players, right? Because everybody wants to fund these three. Exactly. I have lots of hands who want to contribute to this discussion. Oh my gosh. I'm going to challenge you 1 minute. Let's start with the man with the hat over there. Okay. 1, 2, keep your hands raised. 3.
Sorry, before the ad, just to note,
4.
Ndidi, that there are like 10 more here.
Gosh.
So we have just, I have just summarized like the top 2, what we should prioritize. Yeah.
Yes, that's good. That's good. 1 minute each, please. Go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
Thank you very much. So my point is we
Just
do a lot.
introduce yourself quickly.
My name is Victor Mataya. So I work with an organization called Satyagraha Institute. So we work mostly in conflict areas, trying to get the farmers back to their land and then help them to start with seed funding. So the challenge I see in most cases is that we have government initiatives when it comes to funding, but right from the outset, they are designed to fail in the sense that politicians come in, influence the whole process, people collect money without wanting to pay back. So I would like us to really tax government. Government needs to do better. If government needs to give money to private sector to disburse and it's a business, it's a better model. And then coming back to sometimes you want to give money and people will tell you somebody who is farming 3 hectares is not qualified. It's wrong. Let's teach people to start farming at a smaller level. And by next year, if you can handle 3 hectares, then maybe 5, 7. And then refinancing is also important. Yes, somebody can start and the business may have hiccups. He can refinance and go forward. That's a better way to do business. I've been fortunate to see some of these.
So I think your points are very well made.
Yeah.
You have to move
Okay.
on to the
Lastly,
next comment.
I
Yeah.
saw this work in Ghana, saw this work in Rwanda, where just the way you're talking, credit score.
Mhm.
If somebody, it's simple. If you want to collect loan from us, you open a bank account. It's linked to a BVN. Once we impute it, your whole details will come out. So we don't need anybody to know you. Before you collect money from someone else, your details will come up. So we can do it if we really want to.
Fantastic. I like the idea of government funding being almost interrogated. I think after the cleanup at CBN, we can move into some of these exposés because a lot of money has passed through government that has not gotten into the hands of those who need it. And I know it's a controversial issue. I'm not looking at the public sector while I say this, but really we need the money to get to where it's the farmers, the hands of the right farmers who are desperate for cash at the right time. Okay. So your point is well noted at the state level, at the federal level. I think we'll have to partner with Oxfam. Can we put Oxfam down for that? It's a great idea. They might be willing to take it on. Any of our other civil society, which other ones do we have that take on these difficult issues? Action Aid. Let's put Action Aid and Oxfam around financing. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Engineer Bob. I'll talk again. I was in the finance committee. I couldn't talk. The truth is, we need to understand what structure of financing do we have. We have like 8 stages of finances that evolved from money shallow up to sustainable finance that we have today. It was never discussed. We were talking about models. We need to know the model that works. We are talking about sustainability in this generation. We need to come up with strategic models that will work across, not knowing maybe you are a small order farmer or a big scale farmer. No. If there is a model, you fall into it. Anybody can come and put his money in there and get his return. That is what we should be looking at.
Okay, thank you. You've made a plug for my book. I have a book called Food Entrepreneurs in Africa, and there's a whole chapter on financing scaling that talks about models. So I'll send you that chapter. So the information is there. The challenge we have is that we don't have, what she was saying was, we don't know who is playing in what space and what is available, right? So right now we have private equity, that's Sahel capitals of the world. We have venture capital, we have risk sharing, we have credit guarantees. They're all available. but there is a lack of awareness, which is what's the point she was making. So if we can also in our database include that information, it will help people understand where they fit in and what the right financing is. I think that was the point you made.
Yes, correct.
Yes. All right. I'm going to take 2 more points. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Martins from Quebec Foods. I'll just wrap it up. The focus here is smallholders farmers. For us in Quebec, we are focusing on farmers' household. And these are the people that need this money. So we want to be part of the team if given the opportunity, because we are targeting 200,000 households. We have done all what we needed to do to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. We are the organizers of the program Make We Go Farm, to make sure that all rural communities, smallholder farmers. Talking about credit score is easy to say. We also are in partnership with a payment service bank licensed by the Central Bank. 9 Payment Service Bank can handle that payment solution to make sure things work out for us, instead of you thinking of. I have about 150 farmers in Ebonyi State. 80% does not have BVN. I contacted my bank, Sterling Bank, to see what we can do to move Sterling Bank BVN enrollment and need whatever. The bank is asking me to finance that. So these are the issues. So if we talk about financing smallholder farmers, we need to increase the numbers and to sustain every huge investment we're talking about food security.
I think you're right. I think this point about BVN registration is critical. And please, can we add it as a prioritization? Because many of our farmers are not registered, which limits our ability to do the credit scoring. And we've seen that even with the Aldine program. So financial inclusion of farmers. And if we can, I think Yemi Cardozo is a good guy. Let's see if we can get CBN to mandate that these banks actually do what they're supposed to do, register our farmers at their own costs. Okay, so can we take that on? Can you take that on? That's a very important one, because credit guarantees and registries cannot happen if they're not registered.
Yes, it's part of it, right? So not take it on, we'll take it on in terms of see what can be done.
No, I know, but can we actually have a meeting with the central bank governor on this issue? Okay. Can that be a takeaway that he said he wants to get involved, right? Police support. I think Sahel Consulting can partner with a few other people here and see if we can have a discussion.
Yeah.
Hi, there are too many people who want to talk. I don't know where are we going to go home today? What time is it? There are great ideas you're coming up with. 1 minute, 1 minute. Huh?
Yeah, thank you.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay, just to share a solution. I went into farming out of fear. And I did that because my mom never believed in farming anymore because of the losses she encountered. And if you want to scare her, just say, Mommy, I'm farming, and she'll start crying because I saw her make losses. I was going to go into an area, a superfood area, and then when she heard about it, she was already thinking of how I'll come out with losses. But thank God I stood true. Now, because I was going into that area, I had to start a farmers cooperative with the little women in the market I started with women that could not even count 50,000. I started with women that if they count 30,000, they can take hours to finish counting. I struggled, but I found out, I'm even surprised hearing a lot of bodies here. I was just telling my neighbor, I was like, these people exist. But I can say today, these women, I have farmers who farm. When the products come, I take the ones I want to process. And I also have market women who come to take from these farmers. Now, the market women pay a little on that capital because I have to refund the fund to the individuals who give to me. And so that has made my cooperative a bit stable. I have farmers who farm.
So you're talking about trade financing, off-taker models?
We give them seedlings. We go as far as being able to source
so
for
that's
the
what
seedlings.
you just described.
Yeah. Very smallholder women farmers. They plant, they do everything. I hire tractors. Even when the climate change issue started, I had to look for resource persons to come and talk to these women.
Okay, so yours is a case study of an
so
off-taker model that
I don't
works.
want to fail, and I don't want my mom to laugh
And
at
it's
me.
demand-driven, which is the key.
I have done a lot of things with that superfood today. So I'm just saying, yes, there are challenges, but I think if you're waiting for the government, you may not do anything.
Yeah, but
So
you've
if you're
said a few
passionate-
key words that we use in our industry: demand-driven, off-taker models.
Yes.
Where you're providing inputs.
Sure.
And access to markets.
In fact,
and it works.
It
works. It's
works.
been proven to work all over the world, and
It
you're proving
works.
it. So let's give her a round of applause. Well done, my sister.
Yeah,
Listen, we don't have time for stories. We still have group 6 and 7. So
Thank
we
you. I
need to
will
round
be-
up.
yes,
What I
I'll be
would say
very
is I'm going to take one more comment. You're the last one. After which please meet the head of financing for other ideas. Okay,
Yeah,
so go
thank
ahead.
you so
Sir.
much. I will be very brief. I was in the group 7 that talks about financing. I am from Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the sweet potato desk officer. Just as I emphasized, the issue of financing is very critical. And I know if you are talking about financing, you are trying to make to come in the area of business. If we don't intensify our activities on training, changing the mindset of our farmers to see farming as a business, there is a big challenge. Until we come up with a solution, and I know GIZ has already done a very good job in the area of innovation that we have been using in the Ministry of Agriculture to conscientize our farmers and sensitize them, train them to change their mindset, which we call Farmers Business School. If other organization or development partner can also upscale or support this innovation, it will go a long way. Because if the farmers doesn't believe, they see farming as a way of life and not as a business.
So
No matter how much of
it's
money
not
you...
a standalone solution.
Yes.
You're sitting next to a woman who has just described the solution. It's demand-driven, market-led, and she is providing the training. So what we need to do is support models that are working and help them scale. So thank you very much.
Innovation is necessary.
Fantastic. All right. Sorry, everybody else who has raised their hand, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Susan.
Meet Susan. If you can't find Susan, meet Temi.
Exactly.
Group 6. Let's go to group 6, please.
Okay, thank you. Group 6, the role of early warning system in building a resilient food system. Now, the theme of this program is rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change. But from the participation at that subgroup, you understand our perception about weather and climate. We tend to neglect it. Only when we have hazard, it would destroy all the investments. So our attitude towards climate information, even from the subgroup, tells a lot about our perception when it comes to weather and climate. Now, we had a few of us, but very, very engaging. That's why I had to come in late, because the questions keep coming. Some from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Private weather information, Ignitia were there. And obviously, I was there, and other partners, Sahel was there also. So we looked at the role of early warning, and we understood the gap. There's a huge gap, because even in mapping the key players in early warning, you have only NIMET as a producer in there, where you have other partners like NISA that does the flood early warning. Even the Ministry of Agriculture has a role in early warning in terms of pests and disease. So mapping the key stakeholders in early warning, first of all, we need to start from there. It's not only meteorological. It has to do with every player in terms of early warning for agriculture, be it pest and disease, be it even financial early warning can come into play. Now, we understood from what we are doing, there's a huge gap in terms of communication. Now, this early warning information, even the United Nations is talking about early warning for all, the end-to-end early warning. Early warning should get to everyone in every part of the country, every part of the world on time. Now, for us to move forward, we need to understand that this early warning should be timely, should be accurate, should be usable, and should be actionable. Now, timely and accurate, we all understand, but usable. Now, this information gets to you. How do the small scale or smallholder farmer put it to good use? There should be a level of capacity development within the community. Then actionable. If you have this information coming to you, what are your options? That is where we come together. I give you the climate information. You look at your various options. What are your livestock options? What are your crop options? And even in getting finance, they need to understand the risks in that area before they can invest in whatever enterprise you're going into. So we have to map out the key players in early warning, because the group agreed that we need to have a conversation on early warning, understand the key players, where we have to come together, map out these key players, then we move on with that. Secondly, we need, in this country, develop a common alerting protocol that is for the food system, whereby, because there's a lot of information flying around and our farmers are confused. We won't have a single common alerting protocol whereby, this information is coming from a reliable source, be it NIMET, NISA, Ministry of Agriculture, and the rest. It comes one-stop shop for early warning system. That is key. Importantly, also, we need to engage more on climate financing, because we're talking about climate change. So we need to understand climate financing. And before we do understand climate financing, we need to map out the risks. We discuss some good examples, like NIMET is currently working with FAO in the Northeast. We're working with the Farmers Field School using the PIXA approach, whereby the farmers are trained on how to access climate information, what are their resources, because we have different grades of farmers, both the wealthy and the very poor. What are their options, and how can they make use of this information? And that is when it becomes actionable. And it's a flawed information. And this information also, how do we disaggregate this information? Like last year, we were talking about flood all over the country, but you'll be surprised that even in Benue State, there are communities we have visited that last year they suffered droughts. So we'll be looking at multi-hazard early warning system. Because even in this country right now, where we are talking about, we know some states that have gone through a level of drought between July and August that affected the food production in that area. So we need to understand this thing so that we work together as a team and have a common alerting protocol. I don't want to say much on that, but that is what we dwell in. Thank you.
So much. Now, when I saw the numbers that came to your group, I said, this is a problem. So your first problem is, how do you increase awareness and a sense of urgency? And I would like to see, you didn't mention which partners, but I would like to see telecoms as part of your partners for implementation. If we can get robot calls for elections, how many of you got robot calls for elections? Vote this person. If you can get text messages for elections, why can't you get an alert? In every state in America where there's going to be a flood, I get an alert on my phone. There's going to be a flood today, 3 inches of rain, be ready. And this is for drivers. So can we have a meeting with the telecommunications, the 3 major or 4 major companies?
We identify NCC.
NCC plus the private companies. Can we have a meeting urgently? Because guess what? Our cell phones are the best weapon we have right now. And if you can be that credible source of information, we can drive this awareness. So I'm saying there's some I want to see the practical next steps by next year. I'm challenging you because we're going to get your reports and we're going to send it to all the ministers who should have been here. And we're also going to write articles for the newspaper. We want to capture what you've said accurately. So please, you don't have to answer all of that now, but please document it, okay? Any burning issues on his presentation? Radio stations, definitely.
Expanded to include this.
We're going to include media houses, radio stations. Thank you. Very good. One last comment over there. You didn't introduce yourself, sir, but I know you, but the other people might not. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, and thank you so much for the insights that you have given from the group discussion. My name is Nasser Mohammed. I'm a special advisor for the Office for Strategic Preparedness and Resilience, right? And exactly what was discussed is exactly what we do. We serve to be the platform or the foundation upon which all of the various stakeholders who gather data related to all of the resilience issues affecting climate and energy security, bring that together, analyze it, and then send that information out to the various stakeholders who it's going to affect. Very quickly, I'll tell you a story of what happened during the floods last year. there was a private sector company, which I'm part of, Kwamana. We do market management. We gather information from smallholder farmers and small markets. We found ourselves in a very precarious situation whereby these farmers were getting in touch with us via our call center to say, we are getting flooded. We are at risk. What can you do to assist us? We got that data, and in very real time, in a real-time scenario, we're able to inform other farmers about what is happening in their bordering communities. This is the type of capability that we want to work with, expand that, scale that across the country. And this is an open invitation to work together to make this happen. Thank you.
Much. And that's why we really believe in private-public partnerships. That was the key, right, to our design of this conference today. Public sector can't do it alone. Private sector can't do it alone. Civil society, we need everybody working together. Really quickly, my sister, really quickly. Give her 1 minute, please. This is an important topic, so let's hear from you, and then we'll hear from Group 7. Last but not the least.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tammy. I'm with the Federal Ministry of Agric and Food Security. Okay, so I was also in Group 6, and this is one issue that I believe we've all ignored: the impact of the climate on diseases, agriculture, and even the health sector. If the climate sector advises the health sector that it's going to rain, the issue of handling malaria as a whole can be addressed, because people will take preventive measures to ensure that their surroundings are taken care of and mosquitoes don't have a breeding ground. If you have information from the meteorological sector concerning agriculture, people will know when to harvest early or what to do so that they don't have loss. And so I believe that today was the first time I actually knew that they were actually functioning very well in Nigeria. I'm sorry. I believe they really need to let their presence be felt. They need to, be robust in telling people what the value of who they are to every sector in Nigeria. And I think that should really be done in a very loud way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have your marching orders, and Nigeria is ready and waiting for your help and your leadership. So thank you. Group 7, last but not least.
Thank you. Finally. So I'd like to thank Sahel for the invitation, and thank you to the team for all that you do. Plenty problems. The class was packed. And we'll just start with the fact that the Minister of Interior was not invited. The Minister of Police Affairs was not invited. We talk a lot about security in Nigeria, but unfortunately, we think security lasts. You build a 15 billion house, the last thing you're thinking about is security. And so we've had the food system resilience, and from an enterprise risk or resilience management perspective, you need to drill in resilience. And if a critical stakeholder as security is not on board, then we have all the fine talk we have here, but at leadership level, we're not inculcating in them the right values and emphasis to security as should be. Now, remember that in the 2019 National Security Strategy, we for the first time say we would do human security as a pivot upon which we would do national security. And resilience, the aspirations of people, food security, all fall under human security. So I do talk a lot, so I'll stop at that and say that hopefully next year, please let's bring them in because they don't know what the smallhold farmers go through. There's a control center, there's a ring in, so you need to understand the why, the how, and the what, so that the support from law enforcement would be robust. Now, part of what we also tried to propose was an agro desk in the Ministry of Interior. I don't want to go into some policy problems that we have, but the Ministry of Police Affairs should not have been created in the first instance. It should be under the Ministry of Interior. So we have one-stop shop for that. So every agency that has to do with security should have an agro desk where the issues of agro-related security incidents are dealt with, first of all. Two, we also identified the fact that, and I like to speak about first mile, last mile. It's very good. A number of associations are here. Security education, alternate dispute resolution, conflict management is not a curriculum they are familiar with. So there's a need for a development agency or an NGO to take security awareness and education to these people, because some of the problems you have, alternate dispute resolution will solve it. There are cases like cassava farmers who have resolved with the headers. And in our group, it was said that crop or livestock are farmers. Farmers are farmers. So this dichotomy between headers and farmers is just wrong. So you farm cassava, the peels and everything you give back to the headers who give you manure. There are historical cases to collaboration between crop and livestock farming. So those entrenched local alternative dispute resolution measures are the pillars upon which we will strengthen security at the local level, because that's where resilience starts from. We know that, and we won't run away from the fact that security of life and property is the first responsibility of government. But let's start with local initiative. Okay, so we did come up with a number of initiatives we want to talk about. There are a lot. I'll just do like top 4. So the one on law enforcement leadership is very important, cannot be overruled. The next part is we're here in Abuja, who is engaging the commissioners of all the states. So let's take that orientation and reorientation back. And that's important because at the subnational level, for far too long, we have shifted responsibility for local initiative to the center. If everybody's responsible for something, nobody's responsible. But the subnationals, when it comes to land and agriculture, the ownership of land is vested at subnational level, and land is critical input for agriculture. So we need to have them more responsible. We need to now hopefully take some of these conversations to that subnational level. A session with commissioners of agriculture across the country may not be a bad idea, with other multi-sector stakeholders, so that whatever communication we have, and security should be there also. Then the other thing we talked about was expanding knowledge on system engineering. My co-panelists will probably talk about that a lot, but they have a number of engineered seeds that don't grow beyond a certain height. And that's very important because in security, we talk about line of sight and operational visibility. So if you are growing certain crops in high-risk areas that go above a certain height, it becomes a problem for the security operatives because they don't have line of sight. They don't know what is behind the line, and therefore they cannot do their work effectively. But thankfully, in security, there's a new knowledge area that is called crime prevention through environmental design. From the conversation we have, there can be crime prevention through seed re-engineering. And so I'll allow Dr. Ignatius to talk a bit more about that. And we also talked about developing a security network with all the associations. Everybody's talking about security networks and early warning. So in risk advisory and risk management, because we do support a number of INGOs, NGOs, development partners who operate in austere parts. Early warning in terms of a threat alert can be the difference between life and death for somebody visiting high-risk zone. So if all the associations that are agro-allied associations can be sensitized on security, a curriculum developed for them, they are trained, we help them set up an intelligence sharing network, and then we push a bit more because Katsina, case in point, has a community something corps they just did yesterday to have about 1,400 community people. So if you have like the Onions Association, the Tomatoes Association, you know, something is happening in their area, they're sharing intelligence, they're sharing information, And then the desk in law enforcement is open liaison, and periodically we monitor to see that they're seamlessly working. We can improve resilience, operational resilience for the smallhold farmers and for medium-scale farmers. I will just share one thought. I think I see Ndidi standing now, maybe time. But again, I said to Raymond and the team that when it comes to security, we never get enough time. A whole day can be on security and we still will not exhaust it. So just one last point. I think we talk about database. Okay, that's on the security sharing. And lastly, for the sake of food resilience, we need to go state policing. And I say this here without fear that it's on record that the state governors return back the review of the Nigerian Police Act, refusing to assent to state police, not the federal government. And when they were queried, a lot of them said because they don't have funds. So hopefully we have removed subsidy. We're saving 1 trillion, 100 billion every year. We can revisit back the issue of state police. Because if the communities are not secured, if the local government chairmen are not brought into the picture, there's a limit to what NGOs, development partners, private people can do. So that conversation, as it ties into agricultural food resilience and our own national food security, must be held, because space and place is important for the proliferation of crime. And once you have what they call ungoverned spaces, which is an aberration in language, there's nothing like that. Then you have those spaces being the basis for operation for crime. It's also an aberration to hold the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria responsible for security issues in the local government. It's also an aberration to have the military involved in internal security. It should be the police, it should be the NSCDC, it should be the states, it should be the local governments. So as it affects food security, we must take security local and support local security initiatives. With that, I yield the floor to my colleague. Thank you.
Fantastic. This is an issue that's very near and dear to all of our hearts. If you're not affected by insecurity in Nigeria, raise your hand. If you are not affected by insecurity in Nigeria, raise your hand. There are farms abandoned all over Nigeria because of insecurity. And these ideas are spot on. I can already see one of them that we would love to support on. Really, this one about having all the industry associations have an early warning system, and would love to work with you on that because that's very practical. So great ideas. Please give them another round of applause.
Yeah,
I'll just ask you, please, just one comment, right, on the seeds.
Yeah, thank you. He did mention the crime prevention environmental design, which came up using the dwarf sorghum that give visibility to all the security agents within a particular community, and that it can give them both the cereals and the legumes at the same time, which the farmers do. And these are early maturing materials that you can harvest within 3 months, which also help to avoid the issue of crop livestock clash among the farmers. And we have also designed a kind of stopper crusher that can convert those stocks into feeds for those animals. But the general thing that we look around is that just like the National Orientation Agency has all from the top to the local government, that can be also engaged for along the farmers in terms of educating and the early warning. When they see signs, they'll be able to send message well ahead of time. And that's where we need those essays and whatever to be part of those National Orientation Agency that goes down to the local communities along with the farmers. If that can be taken, that's why we are talking about awareness creation between now and the next 12 months can go a long way to see how we can facilitate, empower the farmers with the early warning signs that they can discover, and use this new environmental design to prevent crime on their farmlands within the shortest possible time. Thank you.
Sorry, fantastic, fantastic. Please give my esteemed panelists, team leaders, you have to give them a bigger round of applause. You know why? You're thanking them for the work they're going to do after today. Another round of applause, please. Can we take a group picture before I hand over to, I think we're going to have closing remarks, right? So please, let's take a group picture while our closing remarks are being prepared.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together once again for all our facilitators? Thank you so much. I think that round of applause is just a bit tiring. Can we make it more energetic? Can we add more layers of energy to it? More. Thank you. I like that. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to all our panelists. And what do we say to our moderator who facilitated this session? Can we put a big round of applause for her as well? Thank you, indeed. Okay, I think this was my best session. How many of us would agree to that? Okay, so everyone, I think I like the fact that we are agreeing to that. I like the fact that, everyone had to share, and we're not just talking problem analyzing, we were talking action points. What is the way forward? And we have a timeline. There's something about goal. Every goal should be smart, specific, measurable, actionable, and there should be a timeline. And we know we're working with the next 12 months. So when we're coming back for the third conference, we're saying, this is what we achieved, and this is what we look forward to doing. So once again, can we all put our hands together for ourselves? Every one of you. For those of you who asked questions, who contributed, well done. So we have come to the end of the 2023 Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference. And to give the closing remark is someone who has been actively involved throughout the planning process from the beginning up until now. She is the Senior Human Resource Manager at Sahel Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Antonia Ajayi Taiwo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne, for that introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or better still, good evening to you, our change makers, right? Because that is what we are, change makers. Great. So we'd like to say thank you to all our donors, to our partners, to our speakers, to our facilitators, our moderators, to everyone behind the scene. And of course, very important, to all of you seated here and to our change makers online. Please, a round of applause. So our charge here today is very simple. It is that these recommendations, these resolutions, these suggestions that we have all come here to put together will not remain as resolutions and recommendations and action, as resolutions in a year's time. Do we agree? We're going to turn them into actions, right? Great. So join us as we change the African agriculture and nutrition landscape. Join us as we change the narratives. Thank you once again, and see you next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can put our hands together one more time for Antonia. Okay, so we are officially done with today's event, but to officially close, I want us to be upstanding as we take the national anthem to officially close this event, and then we'll head out for lunch. But there's an important announcement. Please, if you picked up a bag that is not yours from group 3 during the breakout session or any of the breakout session, do well to see any of the ushers and submit any of the bag you picked up. So we're going to take the national anthem to bring this event officially to a close. And after that, we head on to the second scene. Okay, after that, we head for the launch. So we're taking the second stanza of the national anthem. Media, are we ready? Everyone, are we ready? All right, we're going to take it after the count of 2. 1, 2, go. Oh God of creation, direct our noble call, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and truth. Great lofty height attain to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless Nigeria. See you at next year conference, and make sure we take action on every points we have implemented. So lunch is over there. So just follow the ushers, go have lunch, enjoy the rest. Huh? Oh. Can I say that? Okay, so there's an evaluation slide. We're meant to take an evaluation. Oh, everyone is okay. We can send them a mail. We can send them. Boy, come here. Come, they say we should do F-mad. Come here. Let me show you. Where my mommy. I'm also. I'm the one moderating.
F-max. Wow. Sama, you're right. I hope we are going to show.
Are you sure?
Camera, you are not centralized though.
All Sahel and AFC staff, please come forward for group pictures. Sahel, AFC staff, please come forward for group pictures. Thank you. All Sahel and AFC, please come forward for group pictures. Sahel, AFC, group pictures. Sahel, AFC, please come to the stage.